Gracio. Poprosím, abyste se stoupili takhle za ten stůl, jako všichni do řady vedle sebe.
Že mi teďka jenom takhle všichni a když řeknete otázku, my máme.
Přesně tak, přesně tak.
Máš to přečíst?
Jo, určitě, to není problém. Jestli to máš připravený, tak jo, a je to a mluvíme anglicky. Ono se potom bude překládat do češtiny, ale to víš.
Budapešti.
Ale
Ty taky máš otázku, nebo nakonec ne? Eliško, jedna věc je potřeba do mikrofonu, protože se to překládá a nahrává. Ten mikrofon je potřeba držet docela blízko, takže si... Na pódiu, postavit se dobře na ten a pak budu čisté otázky po jedné a pokud přijde tvoje, tak...
má to být anglicky nebo česky? Dobrý, tak dobrý. Já už jsem se říkala, že jsou.
Jo, super. A druhý, že... A stavíme si takhle, aby se ten stůl do řady a budu číst otázku po jedné, tak když bude ta otázka, tak je máš spadnout, možná si můžete vzpomenout to vedle mě. Jo, ty 3 words. Tak to je zná jednoduchá.
Spaces here, so who's standing, you can sit down should you wish. Skete tady so, if you have to do so.
Funguje? Tak, good morning, everyone. I like to see you again. I've met with most of you. My name is Zuzana Stejskalová, and I am the site manager of Mariánské Lázně, World Heritage Site, a part of a World Heritage Site called the Great Spa Towns of Europe. I would like to warmly welcome you to this inspirational forum, which invited experts, local stakeholders, local politicians, and you to an inspirational discussion about our world heritage. I would like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Culture and Sana Hotels, the region of Karlovy Vary, and the town of Mariánské Lázně for their support. And today's program is structured around three key themes. The first panel will focus on children's and youth participation in cultural heritage. The second will introduce monitoring tools for heritage sites. And the third will address transitional tendencies in architecture and urbanism and their impact on cultural heritage. And now, please, I would like to welcome our mayor, Mr. Martin Hurajčík, and he would like to invite you as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear guests, it's my pleasure to welcome you to Mariánské Lázně, most beautiful spa of the world. Town with rich tradition, spa tradition, rich history, and a proud member of UNESCO-listed Great Spa Towns of Europe. It's our honor to host your forum. Thank you, Zuzana, because she is amazing this week and last 2-3 months. She prepared everything you can see in this town this week. mostly. And I wish you very good forum and switchnu do češtiny teďko, protože jsem zapomněl, co jsem chtěl říct úplně, jestli můžu. Ne.
And I will switch into Czech because I forgot what I wanted to say. I hope you enjoyed the forum, that you have many ideas and inspiration, and I hope you come back to Mariánské.
In our great town. Welcome and thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I also want to mention that the whole program is interpreted into Czech and English. The headphones are in front of in the lobby. It's also streamed online. So please follow us online. And the last but not least, the special thanks to my team who prepared this program for you. And I would like to thank from my heart to Jan Trejbal and Filip Kopecký, who helped me to prepare everything you will experience here today. Thank you very much and enjoy the forum. Please, Martin Dolský, the first moderator of the first panel.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. It's great to see that the room is full of people. So my name is Martin, and I work in the sector of participatory democracy as a process designer, a facilitator, project coordinator, sometimes researcher. But today I'm here as a moderator. So it won't be me talking and sharing experiences, but our panelists and also the young people here in the room. So I would like to welcome you to the first panel called Children and Youth Participation at the Policy Table, Potentials and Limits. It's the first of the series of the 3 heritage panels. And our panel, importantly, takes place in the context of the Great Spa Towns of Europe Youth Forum, which we've co-designed and facilitated in the past few days and also in the fall in Baden bei Wien. It has included over 100 young people from 6 towns from 4 countries, speaking at least 3 languages, Czech, German, and French. And we came together to meet, to learn about each other, about each other's wonderful spa towns, about the spa town heritage, but also to discuss with a slightly more critical tone some ideas for what could maybe change or be improved moving forward. We've developed several calls to action that were presented yesterday at the General Assembly to the mayors and site managers of all the spa towns. There's also a pop-up exhibition featuring the process and the outcomes of their work, which was spearheaded by my lovely colleague Katerina. I'm not sure where she is in the space. Do we have her here? I guess she's not right now, but you can see the outcomes right here on the windows and also outside, and I welcome you to look at them afterwards during the break. They feature a lot of the great ideas that were developed throughout the process. But today we are here to look behind the scenes of the process. It's like when you watch a movie or a series and then at the end you have a little behind the scenes documentary about how things were made. So I'd like to talk with some of the professionals who work in the background of these projects, who ensure that the children can go through all the necessary steps to gain confidence and skills to participate meaningfully. Sorry, a little technical difficulty. Oh, here we go. Okay, so some of the questions we'd like to discuss today. The first is, what can participation bring? What is its potential if done right? But also, we'd like to talk about some of the necessary conditions for success. So what has to happen for us to get interesting and meaningful outcomes? We'd also like to discuss some of the common pitfalls or barriers and how to overcome them. And we hope that you will walk away with some practical, actionable insights and takeaways that you can take moving forward. So what are we going to do exactly? We're going to begin with the youth voices. Here we go. So we'll begin with the youth voices. We have some volunteers from the young people who are part of this process who will answer a few questions and tell you a bit about their experience from the last few days and the last week. Afterwards, we're going to have 4 lightning speeches, so 5-minute presentations from 4 professionals from the field sharing their experiences from different case studies. And then we'll continue with a panel discussion where you will also be invited to participate. You will be able to do this either by speaking up, or also there will be a QR code right there that you can scan with your phone and submit a question via your phone. And I will be receiving those questions on my phone. So please, if you have any questions, do speak up. But that's it for now, and without further ado, I would like to invite all the young adults on stage to come join me here and share a bit about their experience. So maybe please a round of applause for all these confident, brave people. Okay, and my first question is, how would you describe the Youth Forum in 3 words, the experience from the last year?
Thank you. So this question is really interesting because it's not really about the words. This whole week has been really inspiring. We've met some amazing people, some really helpful people like Andrew back there. I think somewhere here, Jan Charbat, our site manager, both so helpful. Thank you so much. And I think this whole project is really inspiring to all of us, as I said before, really connecting us all, trying to push the 3 words that I'm going to mention later. And I think that's really great. We've met all these people. We have some amazing representatives. One of them is here with me. Great ideas, great projects. So the 3 words that I chose for this question are: our voice matters. Thank you.
Thank you for the microphone. Well, how would I describe it? I would describe it as empowering, since it makes way for young people to express what they want for the benefit of the spa towns. Innovative, because we get new ideas from a different perspective, the perspective of young people. and inspiring, since it makes way for new ideas and concepts to come for the betterment and benefit of the spa towns. That is how I would describe the Youth Forum.
Thank you very much. My second question is, what were the best moments for you?
Thanks for the microphone. For me, personally, the best moments were in Vienna. One of them was in Vienna, when we were one of the 10 representatives. And I felt like I was a part of something bigger, what was, for me, really, really good feeling. Also, really good moments of the war project were talking with other people from other countries, but also meeting people from our towns and being closer with the people from countries I've never was in, and also with people I will never talk to in our town. And the last moment I chose was when I found out that I'm a representative again, because I really liked it back in Vienna, and when I found out that I can be the part of this big project, I was really happy about it.
Thank you very much. The third question is, what helped you feel confident to speak up?
Thank you. What made me the most confident about speaking up was the fact that we could share our opinion without getting ignored, as we get usually, because nobody takes our opinion seriously, because we are basically still kids. We weren't judged for anything we say, and everyone cared about what our opinion was, and we could talk about what we are missing in our town or what we would want to change, and our ideas and our opinion could really come to life.
Thank you. The next one is, were there any moments when you felt your voice made a difference?
No, to be honest, not yet. Even though I felt that yesterday during the General Assembly, politicians listened to us, I'm not quite sure if we were heard. But I certainly look forward to seeing how this develops. I hoped that they'll take our ideas into consideration. But I must say I really enjoyed presenting, and it was very nice. And I believe you'll think about what we said.
Thank you very much for the honesty. I know it can be difficult, but thanks a lot. And so the next question actually kind of follows your answer, and that is, if you were the mayor of one of the spa towns, what would you do next?
Thank you for the microphone. If I were mayor, I'd give young people a voice, not just a spot at the table. I'd support ideas that link health, culture, and climate, because that's the future of spa towns. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final question I have for you is, if the work we started here continues, how will the spa town, or all the spa towns, be different in, say, 2050?
Hello again. Thank you. If the work we started here continues in 2050, our spa towns could be leaders in sustainable wellness, not just places to relax, but places that inspire. With young people involved, tradition and innovation can grow together. We could continue making the ideas of young people into real-life projects, and I'm really excited to see how young people, the next generations, will continue this project and make the spa towns much better. Thank you.
So thank you everyone for sharing, and I realized that you didn't give us your names, so could we maybe have one round where you tell us who you actually are, and then please one final round of applause.
So I am Daniel from Karlovy Vary.
I'm Eliška, also from Karlovy Vary.
I'm Anna from Mariánské Lázně.
I'm Diana from Mariánské Lázně as well.
I'm Alexandra as well from Mariánské Lázně.
I'm Karolina and I'm from Františkové Lázně.
So thanks a lot for your experiences and opinions. And now I would like to invite on stage our 4 panelists. And you can go back and sit down. Thank you very much. And so now... So now I would like to invite here Katie Reed, she's the closest now, Vendula Menšíková over there, Lucie Schubert, and then Chiara is already sitting there, Chiara Ronchini. And I will introduce each of them at the beginning of their presentation. And yeah, please help me create a semicircle. So while you're doing this, I will start with Vendula Menšíková, who has the first presentation. Oh, so here are the names. And so Vendula Menšíková works at the intersection of public participation, youth engagement, and civic education in various roles as an analyst, consultant, and facilitator, among others. She has co-delivered City Youth Forum in Jihlava, which she will talk about. She has also conducted research on democratic culture in schools. She provides methodological support to the Czech Scout organization, and she coordinates an initiative focused on protecting democracy at STEM, a Czech Institute for Empirical Research. She has also helped as a facilitator this week here, for which I'm very grateful. So, Wendy, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the nice introduction.
Dobré ráno všem, děkuji za uvítání a jsem opravdu ráda, že tady dnes mohu být. I ten celý týden jsem tu strávila a chtěla bych také vyjádřit svou vděčnost za všem tady zástupcům mladých, za jejich práci, kterou odvedli. A dnes bych ráda mluvila o té skutečnosti, že účast opravdu... Takže se něčeho účastníme, znamená, že opravdu měníme způsob, jakým uvažujeme o naší demokracii a měníme naši kulturu, což je dlouhodobý proces. Ráda bych vám představila také případ nebo Mládežnické fórum v Jihlavě. A proč právě toto? Protože to byl první pokus města Jihlava, aby se zapojilo, nebo aby zapojilo systematicky mladé lidi a také některé z těch výzev spočívají tedy v to náročnosti toho, kdy se snažíme o participativní postupy a kdy ještě přetrvávají ty neparticipativní. Co se týče kultury, chtěla bych zmínit, že smysluplná participace začíná jenom, když se všichni u stolu otevřou tomu, aby začali dělat věci jinak a tehdy můžete opravdu říct, že už se děje participace. Takže teď k tomu Mládežnickému fóru v Jihlavě. Probíhalo během minulého školního roku, kdy zástupci města tedy uspořádali spustili tento proces. My jsme tady neočekávali žádné velké masy, které se budou účastnit, takže jsme měli takové v podstatě jenom vágní vzdělávací cíly. Takže účastnili se procesu 10 škol ve městě, vždycky 2 studenti z každého studentského parlamentu v doprovodu jednoho učitele, který byl vždycky koordinátorem daného školního parlamentu. Celkově jsme se setkali osobně 3krát, které jsme ještě doplnili přípravnou prací, vždycky mezi setkáními a neměli jsme žádná pevně stanovená témata. Celé to bylo velmi otevřené. Když se díváme na tyhle podmínky, já, která mám zkušenosti s participací, tak si můžete možná říct, pokud máte zkušenosti také, že tohle je přímo recept na průšvih, ale my se vždycky snažíme mít to lépe připravené, mít přesnější cíle, protože politici většinou dají nějaký slib, nějakou máme nějakou smlouvu, pokud se budete účastnit, tak do toho v podstatě investujete vlastní čas a energii a získáte to a to. A to vám slibujeme. A můžete opravdu ovlivnit něco konkrétního, ale takový slib jsme v tomhle případě ani neměli. Takže, jak říkám, recept na problém. Ale jakožto profesionál se zkušenostmi s participací víte, že se participace nerodí vždycky v dokonalých podmínkách. Musí prostě někde začít a je to proces. Takže jsme se ocitli v situaci, kdy jsme měli málo času, málo zdrojů, málo pozornosti a tím začal v podstatě ten začarovaný kruh špatné participace nebo neparticipace, neúčasti. A bylo tam riziko, že vlastně nenaplníte tedy důvěru, kterou vám dávají ti mladí lidé a že příště už se nebudou v budoucnosti chtít něčeho podobného účastnit. Tak abychom tohleto zlomili, museli jsme mít opravdu dobrý design, abychom opravdu přišli s nějakými výsledky a museli jsme se opravdu snažit posouvat hranice toho možného, což byla tedy neustále naše činnost zapojování těch, kteří rozhodují, tak aby nám důvěřovali a aby s námi spolupracovali. Nakonec, když se něco takového stane, tak nebo se to podaří, tak potom tedy důvěra narůstá, neklesá a také nakonec dostanete mandát, který tedy je odpovídající tomu, co chcete dělat a tím tedy prolomíte ten začarovaný kruh. Tak co jsme dělali? Podporovali jsme studenty, aby identifikovali problémy, které jsou pro ně důležité. Také jsme podporovali v tom, aby si našli 3 priority, na kterých budou pracovat detailněji, aby přicházeli s vizemi a s nápady a návrhy v těchto 3 prioritních oblastech a k tomu dostávali tedy zpětnou vazbu od úředníků města a od politiků města o tom, jak proveditelné je to, co by si přáli. Výsledkem bylo to, že město nebo zástupci města získali detailní tedy návrhy v oblasti těchto 3 problémů. Studenti získali zpětnou vazbu ohledně proveditelnosti, zjistili, co je možné ve městě, jaké jsou hranice a limity toho, co se dá udělat. Dozvěděli se, co tohleto vlastně není záležitost zástupců města, spíše pro dopravní společnosti nebo spíše pro policii a tak dále. A letos v tomto školním roce následuje další projekt, který se věnuje jednomu z těch problémů, kterým se studenti minulý rok věnovali. Ukazuji vám tady ten seznam návrhů, protože to bylo klíčem pro nás a chtěli jsme, aby politici viděli reálné výsledky, aby viděli, že studenti opravdu vyjádřili své názory autenticky a opravdu na tom pracovali a také ukázali zodpovědnost svoji za své město, za to, co je pro ně důležité. Myslím, že co fungovalo u studentů, bylo, že viděli tedy zástupce města, jak jim tady dávají zpětnou vazbu, jak je informují. Úředníci jim popisovali velmi detailně, co je možné a co ne. A také získali tedy zpětnou vazbu a byli opravdu zapojení naplno v těchto debatách. Pomohla nám i přítomnost opozice, kde tedy opozice často spíše souhlasila s těmi nápady studentů. Takže teď něco, co z toho plyne, nad čím se zamyslet. Takže začínat s participací je dlouhodobý závazek. Se zahrnuje i změnu kultury. Pokud to myslíte vážně, tak to musíte dávat najevo, kdykoliv je to možné, to, že to myslíte vážně, protože to opravdu ukazuje, že se dá vytvořit důvěra, že to je proces, který má význam, který může přinést výstupy a mít nějaký dopad a důležitý je tedy ten design toho procesu, který vám pomůže přinést výsledky a vybudovat důvěru.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions right now regarding the presentation? Could you move to the next slide, please, Katie? Just a reminder, there's also the QR code in the bottom right corner. If you feel shy to speak, you can always scan it and send a question via your phone. But now I will introduce Katie Reed, our second panelist here today. Katie Reed is a children's rights specialist. She has 10 years of experience designing and facilitating participatory processes with children and young people at local, city, and national level. She works with the Child Rights International Network, also known as CRIN. And she has led 2, I believe, youth forum assemblies, youth citizen assemblies, important to say this right, in Scotland and Ireland, focused on climate change and the biodiversity crisis. So, Katie, thanks so much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Martin. That's working, right? Yeah. Well, thank you first of all for having me. It's wonderful to be part of this this forum, and I really appreciated the opportunity coming yesterday to see the young people in action, presenting your calls to action. I was truly blown away by all of your ideas and just the clarity of your thought and your vision for the future of all of your towns. I think it's really remarkable. And I think, this is a really exciting time because you've to put all this work into creating your ideas and your calls to action. But I did notice that big question coming out yesterday of, so what happens now? And so I think in this presentation, I'm actually going to focus more on what happened after some of these processes that, Martin, you just referenced with young people that I've been working with, because I think it can hopefully give a bit of hope and inspiration that things can happen after, and actually this is kind of the exciting turning point where the real work begins to bring your calls to action into life. So yeah, just a little bit about me. As Martin said, I work for the Child Rights International Network. I've been involved in lots of different projects involving children and young people as young as 3 or 4 years old, right up to 18. And my work really involves processes that are going to bring children into decision-making around issues related to climate change, biodiversity, the environment, but also well-being and how these things are all connected. And as Martin, you said, I work in the kind of context of children's rights. Every child up to the age of 17, every single child has the rights that says that they have the right to participate. And really importantly, this means that it's not just a nice thing to do, it's not just something we do because it's fun and it gets children, expressing themselves. It's actually your human right. And decision makers and adults, every adult has a responsibility to be listening to you and to be making sure that they're taking your views seriously. And I think it's important sometimes to remember that, because often children's and young people's participation can be tokenistic. It can be something that feels like a big tick in a box that says we've done it. But I do think we've moved beyond this now. We're moving more into a space where children are really being recognized as leaders in some of these big issues affecting all of us, such as climate change, but also other issues that children are saying things need to change. And so I'm going to give an example, a bit of a story about one assembly that I've been involved in, a citizens' assembly with children in Ireland, that I think just really shows how things can change. So let me move on our slides. Brilliant. So a little bit about this process. So this was Ireland's Children and Young People's Assembly on Biodiversity Loss. And what we tried to do in this process was there was a national conversation actually happening with the adult population. And a citizens' assembly is a particular type of participation format where you randomly select participants through a kind of lottery system, like winning a golden ticket, so that the members of this participation project represent the population that lives in that particular area. And so this was a national process. And so we used lottery both for the adults' assembly, but also for the children and young people's assembly, so that we kind of had a mini Ireland participating in this process. And what was really interesting about this was it meant that actually the members didn't know each other, but they also didn't have necessarily any knowledge about the topic that they were going to be learning about throughout the assembly. And so I'm going to talk about the children's part, but I will also then come back to how it interconnected with the adults' assembly that was happening at the same time. So 35 children aged 7 to 17 were chosen from across Ireland to participate in this assembly. And so after receiving the kind of invitation that they'd been selected, we brought them together for 2 weekends in beautiful Irish national parks to learn about biodiversity loss, what was happening in Ireland, but also globally, and then to basically deliberate, to discuss together what solutions Ireland can actually implement to really address the crisis that's playing out. And then finally, they came up with calls to action, a bit like the calls to action that you've all come up with over the last few days, which they presented back to the decision makers. And the adults were doing the exact same thing, but in maybe a slightly less fun and creative way. Because if you can see here, our assembly, which importantly was actually designed with children and young people, we brought children and young people to be part of our design team and also to facilitate with us, because they really know what's best for children and young people. But as you can see here, the assembly was really fun. We were outside, there was so much color, there was so much activity, and we had so many different methods to get children learning and talking and discussing and being really passionate about this issue. And for some of the children, they'd never been in the national parks, they'd never even been to the countryside. So this was a really big opportunity for them to learn about an issue that really matters to their country. But as I mentioned, I'm really interested in talking about what happened next. And this kind of marks where you are now in terms of your own process. So on the final weekend of the assembly, the children presented their calls to action to the minister who was responsible for biodiversity. And you can see him up here on the top right, speaking to the children on that final weekend. And so the minister received the recommendations in a report and in a short film that the children had made. And then, and we kind of thought, well, the assembly's over. It's over to the representatives to take action. But we were all very wrong. Actually, this is where the work began. There were an import of requests for the children to come and talk about their calls to action to all sorts of different people. Local politicians wanted to learn more. The media were very interested in understanding why children felt so strongly about these issues. Schools were very interested in seeing what role they could play in taking forward the calls to action. And children and young people themselves also said, we're ready to go. We're going to actually help to take some of these actions ourselves. We're not going to wait for adults to do it. We're going to actually take action ourselves. And so over the next 2 years, what we've seen is that children and young people have been instrumental in driving this ongoing commitment to making these actions come to life. And they had 58, so there's quite a lot of work to be done. And so in terms of other things that kind of came back, we wanted to make sure that the minister and his team actually had an opportunity to provide feedback to the children directly, because we know that so often these processes happen and you never hear back about what difference your participation has made. And so we worked really closely with the minister and his team to create a space for him to come back in person 1 year later to a gathering where we reconvened the assembly, and the minister got up on the stage and said, we've listened and here's what we've done. So they didn't just get an email, they didn't just get a report, they heard from him in person what changes that they've committed to. And they did follow that up with a report as well, another year on, explaining to every single one of the 58 calls to action what they've done so far, if it's possible to actually do something, and where it's not possible, why it wasn't possible. So in that case, I think it's really important to highlight that feedback is so important, because participation isn't just about participation, as you've mentioned. It's also about the children's views being given what's called due weight, so really being genuinely considered, and then again, giving a kind of clear, full response after what difference has been made. And I think it's really important to highlight that should be done in a way that actually speaks to children and young people. It was really nice having our gathering because they could make it really personal. You could answer their questions in person. But also, it meant that the children and young people got to come back together and really feel just how significant their contribution had been. And similarly to some of the calls to action that I heard yesterday, one of the big ideas that came out of this assembly was for there to be a permanent mechanism for children and young people to participate in decisions being made about biodiversity. They really called for a forum or another continuation of the assembly. And I'm really pleased to say that has actually been, that's happening. They've committed to creating an ongoing biodiversity forum for children and young people so that this isn't just a one-off, so that children and young people can continue to be involved and make sure that they're not just brought in for a one-time only opportunity. But I wanted to come back to one kind of final thing. I mentioned that the Children's Assembly was happening in parallel to an assembly happening with adults who'd also been randomly selected from across Ireland to participate. And we brought the two together. And I think this is really important to highlight because what we saw was that the children, when they presented their ideas to the adults were so taken by some of the children's recommendations that they endorsed the children's recommendations in their own recommendations, meaning we saw this lovely kind of intergenerational solidarity playing out as well. And I think this is really nice to consider because, you know, these communities, these towns that everyone's growing up in, all ages, everyone has something to offer, and bringing different generations together can be such an important way of reminding us all that we all play a role in making the places that we live really safe, really enjoyable, really fun, and really special to grow up in. So I'm going to end on that note and hand over to you, because I think you're also going to talk a little bit about that kind of intergenerational aspect. Thanks, Martin.
Thanks very much, Katie. If you can again move to the one slide after. Again, a reminder, if you have any questions, you could speak up now, or you can also scan the QR code. I already have a few questions here, and we'll get to them after the final presentation. But now, I would like to introduce to you Chiara Ronchini. She is the Secretary General of the Great Spa Towns of Europe. She's an architect, an urbanist, and a World Heritage Specialist. She has over 15 years of experience in participatory processes internationally. She has trained children in heritage skills in the Scotland's Urban Past project. And she has established the Historic Scot Youth Forum using co-design principles. And very importantly, she is also behind the inception of the Great Spa Towns of Europe Youth Forum. So thank you, Chiara, for coming, and the floor is yours.
Okay, this is not working. So do you want to say that? Thank you so much. After all, thank you so much. And dobrý den. Really good morning. Really good to see you all. Thank you so much for the introduction. I feel like I'm the imposter here. I'm not a youth or child expert at all, but I think maybe I can speak for a lot of you here in the room as well, because I do work in a sector, heritage, and I did work in especially heritage policy and government policy, where usually there isn't even the thought about involving children or young people. And if there is the thought, it's usually done in a very tokenistic way, as a tick box exercise. So we try to shake things up a little bit and bring in some of the little experience I have in participatory approaches throughout the world. Some things didn't work, some things did work, and hopefully today I'm going to show you something that did work a little bit to give a bit of hope. I wanted to just start by saying that I'm really happy that we started with the young people's voices, because that's what matters, actually. This thing is about you, it's not about us. We're kind of the vehicle, but it's so much better when we hear it from you, rather than, you know, what we can say is just what we think, but it's not what you say. That's the most important thing. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the very candid, honest questions. I wanted to actually answer to that question. We do have a commitment for the Interspace project. I would like to say that we have set aside a little budget of 3,000 euros with the Great Spa Towns of Europe to actually carry out one of your ideas every year. I know it doesn't sound like that much, but it's not like we have a big budget, so actually it is a lot, and we really want to demonstrate that we do have a commitment. So we want to work with you with that to make that happen. So thank you again, because your ideas were brilliant. But those of you that know me probably don't expect that I will, probably they expect I will speak about Interspace, actually, because that's the most recent project that we worked on. But I'm actually going to talk about the project that inspired Interspace. So this is a picture, the first picture of the official picture of the Historic Scot Youth Forum, which was initiated in 2020. And in fact, it's a project that lasted for 2 years. I worked on this project when I was working for Historic Environment Scotland, which is the National Heritage Agency in Scotland, in partnership with Young Scot, who are the real experts, like these people here on the stage. They're actually experts in facilitation and working with young people. So the idea for the Historic Scot Youth Forum was very groundbreaking for our organization. We never done anything like that before. We wanted to implement, well, set up a youth forum for people that between the age of 12 to 25, because that's what considered to be a young person in Scotland by government definition. And we selected across, well, we published a call, and we selected 25 young people from all across Scotland to be part of this forum. And this is the first picture in January 2020. And I think most of us know what happened next. In March 2020, COVID hit. So that's how it started. And that's how it had to continue. So the whole project was turned to be a virtual project with considerable flexibility, adaptability throughout the process. And of course, co-design works so much better when you meet in person. And I'm sure you found it out, it's much harder online, but we still did our best with all those online interactive tools you can use, that you used as well in the first part of the project especially. And then gradually we went back to masks, working together, distance, and then more masks, but maybe actually finally going on site because we could visit some of the castles and all these other beautiful heritage places that young people couldn't actually see for the first year. So tricky, but we tried to overcome some of these challenges, and this is something that we were briefed on. We had to talk about some of the challenges, so not everything was smooth, definitely, but we did our best, and we still try to implement this co-design approach. What is co-design? I think you can tell me better. I can explain just now what co-design actually is. We start by exploring questions, ideas, issues. Then these ideas are formed, created with a prototype, which is then tested through the disrupt phase in real life to understand whether it works, whether it needs to be refined, or whether it has to be changed completely. And then action. This is the most important part and where we really need to work still with Interspace. These ideas have to be put into practice. They have to become real. But with this project, we were able to go through all the phases. So hopefully it gives a little bit of hope that we have a bit of experience and hopefully we can make this happen and make happen your ideas as well. You can see some very analog ways of working, some good old post-it notes here on the left-hand side, but I want to show you some of the prototypes the young people produce, which are fantastic. We were blown away. On the right-hand side, you can see a prototype for a game for Stirling Castle, one of the most famous castles around Scotland. And what they did was to create a game that would actually increase awareness of the history of the castle, of course, but done in a so much more engaging way and really targeted to the audience, you know. So gamification, really key, and this has been, I would say, the theme all across the working groups. So I should have said that 25 young people were working in small groups to develop their prototypes and their projects. Another prototype was a young people's hub. And this is something that was actually implemented and is still on the Historic Environment Scotland website. It's a hub for young people to find volunteering opportunities in the heritage sector. And they can just click, find some initiatives, opportunities they would like to join, they would apply for it, and yeah, they become volunteers and engaged in any sort of heritage activity. Some really nice quotes about the young people. There is a report that I didn't bring here, but you can find it online. And very much like the children panel, we had over 60 actions. So what we had to do, because it was a co-design project with the policymakers, with the decision makers in the organization and national level, we had to prioritize these actions together with the young people. So yeah, big task, but definitely very much in the co-design spirit. Again, I would like to give the voice to the young people whenever I can. So here are some of the quotes from Maya, from Fife, a region in Scotland. She said that she felt really respect and she felt she had a voice. And I think that's really the most important thing, as you also said. Robin, from South Lanarkshire, they said their hope was really that the Youth Forum would continue and real action, real change would actually happen in the historic environment. We feel like probably we didn't do everything that the young people had suggested, but many of the actions were implemented, but the biggest legacy was probably to have a youth engagement officer employed in the organization, something that wasn't there before, that is really embedded in the policy team and that can help with engagement and implement a lot of these actions. It's a long work ahead, but this has been really helping deliver this agenda, the young people's ideas in the organization and heritage all across Scotland. And this is how Interspace was born as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. Questions are appearing. We have quite a few now. You can still keep adding them. And now our final speaker is Lucia Schubert. She's a freelance trainer, facilitator, event manager in the field of non-formal education, youth work, and lifelong learning. She's an active member in the International Young Nature Friends, one of the major European youth organizations. She's currently occupied as Education and Community Programmers Manager in Wikimedia, and she has also helped to facilitate the forum this week, for which I'm very grateful. So, Lucia, the floor is yours now.
Thanks a lot. I've been looking at the time, so I will try to stay brief and do a little bit of wrap-up. Thanks for the introduction. All what has been said, I will be actually talking about one more organization and the product which is being just finalized and polished. And what I want to start with is, I come from youth work. I have been born in youth work. All what I do has been influenced by youth work. All what I have learned, it has been in youth work and in non-formal education. So this is what I believe and what I strive for and I advocate for. And that I hope it's the frame. And I'm really bad with presentations. So just where we come from, I'm representing here the Association of Non-Formal Education and also our Slovak colleagues, the Youth Watch. And we come from a competence-based learning. We come from methods and principles of non-formal education, which we found really important to share, not only in the informal and non-formal education, but also within the formal education framework. And we hope we are developing potential through experiences in and out of school, finding the combinations. And in order doing that, we actually need to keep learning ourselves. So we need to sometimes encounter some research and update ourselves. And that's maybe the next point I have is, we often say what young people or what children should, get competencies in, what they should learn about, how they should perform in order to be able to participate in the society. But I also think it's quite important that we update ourselves and that we understand with whom we are working, with whom we are talking, and that we do the learning ourselves also. And therefore, by actually working on the education and working with teachers, librarians, local politicians, and all different structures, we realized we kind of know about the Generation Z. I think you might be meeting generations at work almost now. Like they might be your young colleagues. So you kind of know how they are, you learn how to cooperate together. But what we have now at the market is the Generation Alpha entering. And just to do a little bit a check, Generation Alpha starts 2010 pretty much. And the last year to be born in Generation Alpha was more or less the last year, so 2024. Can I ask the people who find themselves to be a Generation Alpha to raise the hands in this room, please? So if you are born between 2010 and 2024, can you please raise your hand? Is it okay? Thank you. So it's more or less the half of the room. I can see it better than you. So half of this room is the Generation Alpha. So I will be talking to you and hopefully not only about you, and you can challenge what I will present in the next 2-3 slides. So I am the parent of a Generation Alpha also. So I have the experience myself. So we decided to encounter a research and to actually see and ask how it is, what are the differences between Generation Alpha and Generation Z. So the Project Youth Pulse was created. And who was involved was the Alpha generation. I'm sorry to call you kids, but still, you are in age of my son. The Generation Z also, to have a comparison. We also ask the parents, and we also talk and ask the teachers and the structures which work with educators. And we've run focus groups, photo voice as one of the research and mapping method, allowing us not to work only with the language, but also with the visual part, and with the desk research, and also our Slovak colleagues, the Youth Watch, they do watching the trends on the long term. So every year or two, they release the report on what are the current trends of young people. So what we learned, what we gamble with, and this is for the rest of the room and not for you, the youngsters, because this is the self-reflection we have to do. This is not about the Generation Alpha. These points are about us, being their educators and being their parents. So the current generation is much more focused on self-esteem, self-love and self-acceptance, but it's not because they necessarily chose that, but because their parents decided to focus on that and to develop that in the upbringing of them. A lot of parents have this sort of, in brackets, my joyful and successful child project. So the upbringing and the child becomes in the center of the attention. There is certainly quite some overprotection. We could see it with there are things happening in the world, so it's quite understandable to some extent that we might need to implement more protection to our children and young people, but also sometimes it's taking a bit too much and a bit too further. The very extreme version of that is the so-called helicopter parenting. So if you have your AirTag on your keys, on your mobile, on your wallet, some people start to put AirTags on their kids also, to be completely sure what they are doing every second of their lives. Choosing a school might be a project of several years. So you start when your kid gets born, you start to focus on which school they could sign up for. I sometimes can also feel the pressure within the young people, like how they want to fulfill the expectations, how they want to really do the right choice. So it's becoming a home project for everybody. There is the great phone dilemma, which has many elements and many aspects, and I will not dive into that, but I think it's a challenge for the general society, but also it's definitely much more challenging for the young people and kids. And that brings together the online space and how we manage in there and what we do there, how it's protected or not, and how much time we want to spend there. Establishing relationships is way more complex thing. It's not that simple to make friends anymore. But just to finish with some positive note also. So some of the positive elements we see in you, and I hope you can recognize them. And if you very strongly disagree, come to talk to me after the presentation, and we can maybe still correct the research. You learn things much faster. You learn quickly because you live in the world which is very fast and you have to adapt to that. You learn very quickly in the online space. You are used to self-product many of the things, and you work with languages and across the languages. Languages are not barrier for you because you can use the translators, etc. You speak English in a relatively young age. None of our generations, probably, unless we were like exposed to that, we didn't experience that. That's why you can be here with us, fully understanding what I am saying. And that gives us all a great opportunity to include you in all these processes, not only on a national level, but also on the international level, because you can fully participate in it. You can argue much better. I feel it at home sometimes, and you are not afraid to make your point, and that's a very strong credit for your future. You can handle the technology way better than us, and sometimes we need the help from you, or we can collaborate there. And thanks to the parents' approach, hopefully you are more involved in decisions at the home, and you may feel more responsible for some of the decisions you are making. So these are some of the positive elements of the Generation Alpha. And I do believe this is my last slide, I guess. Yes. So thanks a lot. If you would be interested in more, we have the report available now in the Czech and Slovak language. It's published on the website. It could be shared in the English. We might still work on some little summary. And yeah, my last words are this comes to both sides. It's an intergenerational dialogue. We are learning about each other in order to be able to function in the society together. It's not one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the final presentation. Could I maybe ask you to come a little closer to the semicircle now that there aren't more presentations? We could switch it off too, although the QR code is there for people to join. But I think if you're sitting, you won't be in the projector's way. Oh, you will. Okay, I see. So at least a bit, so I can move a little bit.
But we can come closer, like that way, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did we manage to resuscitate the other mic?
I think
no.
It is on, but it just doesn't come on.
Okay. Okay. So I would like to start actually with some of the questions from you that came, so that we actually make sure that the questions that you care about are answered. And maybe what makes sense to begin with are some questions about the Great Spa Towns of Europe Interspace project. One that got the most votes here is, actually second most, but chronologically first, is how did you come up with the Interspace project? And yes, let's start there. Yeah. So how did you come up with the Interspace project? What was the goal?
Thank you for the question. I was hoping that by starting with that project, I would get some question about interspace, so that's fantastic. So that worked. So the inspiration was that experience that I showed you just now with the Historic Scot Youth Forum. By the way, the Historic Scot Youth Forum is the name that the young people came up with. So the whole project, even the name, was actually co-designed by the young people. And I just thought, seeing the impact that that project had on the young people and on our way of working in historic environment Scotland, that this was such a fantastic experience that had to be replicated or adapted to our work with the Great Spa Towns of Europe. Likewise, as you know, at Historic Environment Scotland, the young people expressed and presented their ideas, and the policymakers, the big suits, they were blown away. They were, at the beginning, they were all very, there were prejudices, there were biases, ideas, probably, not quite right. And then the young people completely changed their mind, and they just, at the end, the big suits just wanted more and more and more. And I was trying to protect the young people, saying, no, there's too, they have their own things to work on. You can't take too much time out of young people. So I just wanted to get the same experience and bring this experience to the Great Spartans of Europe. And I've seen the impact on the mayors and how your ideas have been appreciated, and we're going to work really hard to make them happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the second question that came twice, actually, and has received a lot of votes, which is how will the Great Spartans of Europe Interspace project go after the days in Mariánské Lázně? And will the kids that are part of the Interspace project have a chance to continue working on it in the future?
Legacy is really important. So we do have a commitment to continue working on the project. Now we have some sort of idea of what the youth forum might look like, but most importantly, we do have some very concrete ideas from you. So we will work together with the young people. We still need to understand exactly how, so we will ask you what you think would be best, and to try and implement some of these ideas. So absolutely, we don't know yet exactly how, but because in the co-design spirit, we'll ask you what you think would be the best way. We'll try to make it happen again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then the next question is, and this is for everyone, how did you or why did you decide to actually work with young people? What makes it so interesting to you? And maybe I'll ask the others to have all the panelists speak. So anyone who would like to begin?
Should I start? I was a young person when I started to work with young people. I started my first activities when I was 15, 16. I carried on my first international European project funded when I was somewhere between 18 and 20. And that was such a massive experience for myself. And I've got a great support from the older people around. I've got trusted that I can carry on with this. And yeah, and I think that's just it. It made it for me. What I haven't learned in the school, I've learned there. A lot of the patterns, a lot of the things, how I approach, how I work, how I organize myself. I learned that back then when I was 20 and I was carrying my first projects, working with other young people, doing a lot of mistakes, doing failures, and being allowed to make failures, and being moderated, and getting some feedback on how can I strive on. So one of my strongest experiences was when a very experienced trainer came to me in a training course where I was just like a junior trainer helping them. And he said, "This is your session. I am your servant. If you need anything, I will help you, but you run it." And I was like, oh, okay. I was given the trust and the responsibility.
I think it's really interesting to think about this because so often, we kind of just find ourselves in roles and jobs that we kind of tracing back how we got there is really interesting. I think for me it was similar, but I was never involved in any like children or youth participation project. I didn't know what that was as a young person. But what really struck me, I always was very struck by the unfairness that children and young people can't vote, and that so many decisions are made by adults for children and about them without them. And I always felt really frustrated at the fact that as growing up, I just didn't have the same opportunities that adults have to exercise my rights, my political and my civic rights. And I think that was really the fire in my belly that made me think, okay, I want to see how I can be part of this change. And when I started to learn about more deliberative and participatory ways of doing democracy that can involve children and young people, I thought, okay, I really see this as being an interesting thing to explore. And that combined with the fact that I love the creative arts, I love bringing in just different ways of thinking and doing and getting people to connect and gather and discuss these kind of big questions that affect us all was just a real motivation for me. And I think I learned so much. I feel very lucky that I get to work with so many children and young people all over the world. And every time I do, I really do learn so much. So I think that continues to be a real joy of the work.
In this context, I think for me, it's really essential to mention my scouting background. So I grew up in a scout troop, and as part of that, you actually then become, as you grow older, you also become, you know, the leader, and you learn how to then be in a leadership position and how to eventually be an educator yourself. So that was important for me. And then when I got into public participation and civic education, I definitely saw that the youth voice was actually missing in all these processes, you know, that we kept talking about like adults' needs, and that the whole world is basically made mostly for adults because that's the majority of the people. But young people have, you know, specific needs that are often not reflected in these decisions. So I'm happy that in the end these two worlds kind of merged together for me, and that I can support young people in their voices and needs being heard.
Thank you. Another question, slightly different, but it makes sense because there are actually a lot of teachers in the room. And the question is, what can we do as those of us who are teachers to help support our students to further develop interest and skill to be involved in democratic participatory processes? So what advice would you give to educators? How can they help their students?
Well, firstly, I think it's such a great question, and I really do value working with educators and teachers every day, because I think they are the ones that have those relationships with children and young people day in, day out. And the kind of positions that I think most of us take as facilitators, you're often kind of coming into spaces like schools or community centres or groups and building those relationships separately. But the teachers are ultimately the ones that do get to know those children day in, day out, and so really can understand their needs in a way that facilitators like ourselves can. So it's so important that we're working in partnership all the time. And I think, yeah, in terms of how like these democratic processes can be brought into the classroom, well, first of all, it's absolutely necessary. You know, we don't just learn about democracy in a textbook. Actually living and breathing it is so important, and making sure that there's little moments for children as young as toddlers can really engage with understanding the importance of that their voice matters. And so there's definitely ways of doing that. Just to give a few examples, there's something I've been really impressed by is an initiative that's kind of started in the UK, but I know is rapidly spreading, which is, I hope I remember the exact name, but it's like Smart Councils. And it's around bringing in participatory decision-making processes within the school day. And what it begins with is that children as young as 4, they have a kind of integrated app in their school where the children themselves are get a question of the day, and they all kind of debate and deliberate this specific question for 5 to 10 minutes at the beginning of every school day. So just after you register, a big question will come up the board like, does climate change affect you on a daily basis? Or some other question that could be a very global question or something really specific to the school. And the children go into their own little subgroups, discuss, and then there's a kind of reporting back. And it's just an exercise to kind of build in this practice of what honest and fair and kind of agreeable exchanges can look like from really young age. But what's so lovely is that it's actually led by the children. So the teacher can just take a step back, and the children manage this whole system themselves. There's also things like student councils, pupil voice, and increasingly, and something I'm really interested in exploring further, is around how we can make sure these kind of mechanisms don't just attract a certain section of the school, that they can really be more representative. And I mentioned earlier about this idea of kind of bringing in lottery to how we select children to be part of participatory projects, so that every child gets a chance and they all understand that they don't need to be nominated or the class favorite or to be, you know, having to fill out a lengthy application form explaining their motivations. We don't need children to be writing CVs at 5 years old. You know, how do we do it by lottery so that children and young people can actually all get an equal chance? And so I'm really interested in how schools are starting to experiment with that as well, so that it's a rotation, so that children on a rotational basis get the opportunity to be part of decision-making processes in the school.
Thank you very much. And I see Lucia wants to speak as well, but I will just add a second question that's really for you, and it's related. And that is, what can formal schools implement and borrow from the informal education frameworks? Do you have a platform with tools for training or teaching that you would recommend?
Thank you for that one. So, first of all, I want to say, as I was speaking to the young people in this room, I'm speaking to the teachers now. The fact that you are here, that you are doing it already. Like you are, I mean, no, but there are teachers who are not here, and then there are teachers who are here, and I just want to thank you for that, because we all know, at least in the context of Czech and Slovakia, I can speak for those education systems, we know how overloaded you are in the system. So any teacher who is still willing to do that extra further step have to be prized, have to be recognized, and I'm very emotional about that. So I just want to see you are seen for the job you are doing, and we don't take it for granted. But I also want to say, I do believe there is now a great support system, so you are not alone. And I think use what is out there, use the networks which we have. We have regional education plans. We have platforms where teachers and non-formal educators can meet and plan the regional education together. In Czech, they are called these MAS or MAP. I'm sorry for talking to the local people, but we have structures for that where you can get further inspiration, education, organize, also sort of collaborations. I would also mention that there are many funds from the European Union mentioning Erasmus+, which for all the parts of education, you can not only get the funding, but you can get to trainings, education, to do like teachers exchanges on like how to enrich your curriculum. And if you are a bit lost where to start from, then please really reach out to me. I will try to give you a bit of a navigation. But I do believe there is a lot on the market, maybe sometimes too much. I can understand also that it's a bit hard to orient. But and last point I wanted to say, and that was the one I wanted to begin with, was I think the great job you can do is to give the recognition, because in many cases, some of the skills and potentials are not necessarily recognized in the family, because there is maybe more siblings, or because you are the first one or the second one or whatever. But you as a teacher, I think, have a great power to see the kids often enough and to do this recognition and to work with that potential, and to that one particular person maybe give that one changing chance of joining a project out of school, of releasing them from a subject and letting them go to present something somewhere, or going for a mobility project, or giving them a special task they never felt like empowered to carry on even within the classroom. And then like all these little elements, one by one, I think are building what can come next.
Just a short comment, I'm aware of the time. I am really happy how you answered the question, because often when we talk about these things, we think of like all these competencies that we need to develop and so on. And I think it really boils down to the fact that we need to create safe environments for everyone to be heard, to be able to express themselves like freely and without the fear of judgment. Yeah, and I have the experience that like young people in schools often, especially in the Czech context, they kept telling me, they don't care about that. It's like all these teachers, they don't care what we think, how we feel. Our voice is not heard in this school. So every time you create an opportunity for these voices to be heard, every time you recognize how everyone feels at this school, that's when you're doing it. And that's the essence for me. So yeah, it's about how, again, about the change of culture in schools, in all of the areas or contexts where we meet.
I can't speak for schools so much or educators, so even though a bit like you, this is something really close to my heart. My mom was a teacher, my partner is a teacher. But I would like to speak for the policymakers and the decision makers in the room, and I can see quite a few. And just a word of advice, what we talked about here is reality, it can happen, and it can really make such a big difference in your work, actually, as policymakers, of course, huge impact, positive impact, but in young people's lives. These are our next generations. I don't want to say something too patronizing or, cheesy, but truly, if you want something to be looked after and cherished, well, invest in young people. That's the future. It's as simple as that. And the process that you're going to take, that's worth investing in. So take the time that it needs. If it's co-design, if it's something that's going to take resources and time, it's all worth it.
That brings me to another topic I wanted to discuss a bit. We talked about the teachers, and thanks very much for introducing the policymakers, because they're an essential part of the equation, right? So maybe I would ask, we talked a bit about what the teachers can do. What is it that the policymakers can do, or maybe even have to do? What are maybe the necessary conditions for participatory projects to work?
Okay, I start with that one. I'm happy to start, and I think most of us will probably have some helpful advice on this one. I think first of all, it's being willing to be involved, not just at the end when you receive the recommendations, but really being willing. Go ahead. Being willing to really get involved from day one. And that's, I think, so key to really understanding the process by which these ideas or recommendations or calls to action are formed, to really understand their origins, but also most importantly to build the relationships with the young people that they're working with and they're going to be hearing from. So much of these processes, so many of these interactions is all about the relationships that are formed between people. Like ultimately, people are the ones that make the decisions, and so the more that we can bring these kind of interactions from the very beginning is so important. And I think that's where we see policymakers taking real ownership for the outcomes and the process when they've been involved from the very beginning. And I know everyone lives very busy lives and they're completely stretched across lots of different remits. But if there's an opportunity to really come along to that session, really meet children and young people where children and young people are. Don't expect them to come to a board meeting or some sort of forum where you are, but actually go and get to know their lives in the spaces where they live and where they play, where they're growing up, where they're learning. Making that time, I think, is so important, so that the calls to action don't just kind of appear out of nowhere. You can really see the time and the work and the effort that the young people have put into them, as it doesn't just happen overnight. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and I think getting involved with that can also make sure that those recommendations are really effective as well, that they're really detailed, they're really clear, they're actionable, if policymakers have been part of a dialogue from the very beginning.
Sometimes like looking back at some of these processes, I think it's important to realize that, kids are people too, and they really, it's important to not, consider what they're saying and do the work of going back to them, giving them feedback, and once they invested their time and energy, show them that mattered, that trickled down into your considerations, into your decision making. I said in my presentation that it's really important that you mean it. So if you mean it, then signal the fact that you're also there as a person, as a human being, ready to be changed, ready to be to have your maybe prejudgments about what's going on, what will happen, changed, and signal that you're ready to hear, listen.
Chiara has a great suggestion. Are there any expectations from the young people in the room on the part of the adults? Is there anything you would like to add, maybe? And you can also get back to us in a bit, so you don't have to answer straight away. But if you think of something that you think is important, that you expect of the adults, please let us know. And maybe another way I would ask about this, you phrase it in a very sort of positive ways, right? But also, being critical, are there some really necessary conditions that have to be met to actually embark on these projects? Or in other words, is there something that if it's not in place, we should just say, no, let's not do this?
You want to talk? As a policymaker, as a decision maker, I think I can give, again, a little piece of advice. I would say, be open-minded. Expect to disrupt, to get all your preconceptions disrupted. Be committed, as everybody else said, but also don't sprung your ideas onto young people or children. Expect to, that doesn't work. Success comes from leadership, the young people's leadership. So the best ideas are the ones that come from the young people, not the ones that we impose on you or we sprung on you. So that's, I would say, so be ready to step back a little bit.
Yeah, just briefly, make space for the process. It takes time, so take this time, commit resources to it, because everyone needs to be a part of a process that has good conditions to turn out well. So you really need a good designer of these processes to make sure that this turns out to be a success. And when it comes to your city hall and your maybe your public officials, I think it's really important to know that this will challenge maybe how your city hall functions, that it will maybe challenge some of the resortism that by necessity governs these, or is characteristic of these bureaucracies, and I'm not saying this as a bad word, it's a descriptive word on my part. So, when you allow someone else's perspective to be heard, it means that they will not necessarily fit into your boxes of how you do things. So I think it challenges your flexibility to really be responsive to what you hear.
I have a very quick couple of quite practical things. One would be just to say, by involving children and young people in the design. I know, Chiara, you talked about co-design. I think that really does, it changes our perceptions as facilitators, like working, even with children and young people to design. Even in my role, I feel like it challenges some of my perceptions. I'm 31. I'm growing up in a different generation to the children growing up today. I don't know what the world is like through their eyes, so I need to work with them to understand that, and I think that speaks for all of us that are adults. So I think making sure that they're really brought in from the very beginning. But the other thing is that, children and young people, they have the right to be children and young people. We shouldn't be asking them to do jobs that adults are paid for. Like, they should be meaningfully compensated. Your time should be, fair. We should not be asking things that are going to, compromise you doing other things that you do, your hobbies, school. You do have to study for your exams. Participation has to be in balance with the other things that children and young people are doing, and we should be really mindful of their time as well when we're designing these processes.
Maybe I will move to, because there's new questions that appeared recently. Fortunately, we won't have time for all of them, but I think some of them are really important, and I want to give voice to you. And one that seems important is, what have you learned from your failures?
I'm a queen of failures. I love to work with mistake. I think there is not enough time spent on working with failure and mistake. If you look at how nature functions, the evolution functions based on mistake. It does many things wrongly in order to shape it in the right direction. How we learn as a very small kids is this sort of informal learning. Is we experience something, we try something, we do it wrong, and we either by repetition correct it or we change the pattern because it doesn't work. My favorite example is parents keep telling you, don't touch the iron, it's hot. Well, most of us touched something really hot when we were kids because we needed to experience it. So without that, we will have never that big picture. And I think we lose that through the time. When we are getting adults, we learn different patterns, and we stop allowing the failure because it's not popular, it might not be fun, it might be vulnerable, but I actually think making mistakes is a great fun. I know it shouldn't cost that much money, it should be in some safe environment. But we have to allow failure, and we have to allow failure in the city designs. We have to allow failure in trying to find new ways how to structure the city. It's the same. Like if we don't work with the failure and with the mistake, we will never probably find the right way. Maybe we just copy a pattern which seems to be functional.
Try one failure, a few sentences, please. Specific failure, if you have one.
Very quick one. Really, if you're embarking on a youth panel or a youth parliament or youth assembly, youth forum, invest in really good, specialized, empathetic facilitators. Thank you, Socionaut, by the way, because I think you need to build that trust. Thank you.
Maybe one failure that taught us about the importance of really caring to be inclusive. At the Jihlava Youth City Forum, we actually it didn't occur to us to ask about some of the needs, and in the end we found out that, for example, one of the participants was colorblind, and we didn't get ready for this. So in the end, we had to figure out how to go about this, and it turned out fine. But I felt bad, not having thought about this. Looking at the bigger picture, I must say, being aware of the vicious circle of bad participation, I'm very cautious about mistakes, because I feel that as practitioners we have such a huge responsibility. So it's not so easy for me to accept these failures, but I'm learning to know that actually in the end, if something minor or acceptable happens, it's actually nice. That's where you can show that that's what happens, that's life, you can learn from it, and it makes us more human, I think, more real, more authentic. So I'm trying to work with that perspective at this point.
If you have one, go ahead. If not, that's okay. So many. Just one, please.
I think this is just something in general that maybe others can also connect with. But I think, when you come into a position where you're in a role of like supporting or being an ally to children and young people and designing spaces for participation, I think there can be a real motivation for those of us kind of working here to say yes. We're big yes sayers, right? We want to say every time there's an opportunity, would you facilitate this space for children and young people? We'll say yes, even if the remit is utterly bonkers. Like if we're being told we need to have X number of children consulted with by this date, and it's like 2 weeks and you have £10 to make it happen. Sometimes we say yes because we're so passionate about wanting to enable children and young people like yourselves to have their voice, and we will do so in the most really difficult, challenging, very limited constraints and resources. And I think actually I've learned when to say yes, because I know that actually we can really compromise the process for even children and young people if they're feeling rushed, if they're feeling that they don't have the adequate time, or we don't have the adequate money to put into like the materials or the types of methods that we're using that will be inclusive. I think that's definitely something that I've learned a lot about. And you know, I don't want to say it always comes back to money, because that's a very depressing note to end on. But you know, I do think there is we need to really appreciate that it's not just about pouring money into something, it's about pouring money where we'll really see the return. And so really making sure that, as you say, that we're investing in the people that make these processes happen, and that's children and young people, that's facilitators, that's all of the people that are involved in these processes, because otherwise it does just risk falling into those traps of things being done poorly. And we know when it's done well, it's just amazing.
Thank you. I think we have to finish up, so I'll just do one final question for each of you, but really just to wrap up. And maybe there's one more thing I probably should read. It's not a question, but it's more of a question for Chiara specifically. And it is, could you, Chiara, please give us more feedback on our presentation? So I imagine it comes from the young adults, even if it is critical. So I think that's important to voice. And then the final one for me is to be really practical. Could you think of one piece of concrete advice that you would give to anyone in the room? So it could be the policymakers, it could be the teachers, it could be the young adults here. What's one thing they should walk away with today? Maybe as a way of summary of all the topics we talked about.
I can try to start. I'm going back to when they talking about the processes, and I would again emphasize on allow enough time for the process. If you try to speed up the result, it will caught you somewhere later. Like, we all have to grow into the process. We have to all adjust. We all have to kind of learn how to go through this. We might realize on the way we need to learn some new things in order to be able to do the next step in the process. And that all requires a time. And it has been said here, time which is designed, facilitated, ask for help. Don't try to do it alone. You don't have to, and it's not necessary.
Thank you. I've already spoken about the process as well. I've already mentioned really invest time, resources. But I would say, most importantly, be open-minded, be ready to be challenged as an adult. Just step back, actively listen.
I'm actually going to pick up on what Daniel shared in the beginning of this presentation. I think you were actually the first one to speak as well. And you said your 3 words were that, like, your voices matter. And I think, you know, on that note, I really would love to direct this to the young people here. You know, you have shared your calls to action. I'm really glad you've also asked for more feedback on your presentation yesterday, because it was just exceptional, like it really was. And so I really look forward to hearing the feedback you'll get. But I do think, you know, hold adults to account would be my message. You've shared what you want to see different, like change in your towns. Like, use the voice and the skills that you've been developing and that you already had before this process of Interface. Really continue to keep those calls to action alive. And also remember that you too can take these actions forward in different ways. Hold adults to account, but also connect. Use the relationships, the friendships that you've built to see what you can continue to do in your own community as well, because everyone will benefit from it. And I think actually, Liška, you said that as well. So yeah, you're an amazing team, and I really look forward to seeing what comes next from your project.
Yeah, so if it's a recommendation for policymakers, politicians, public officials, please, please, please do this only if you really authentically mean it. If you don't, then rather don't open this door, don't go there. And if you do it because you want to do it, you want to do it well, please do it properly and allow enough time, resources for this to be done well, so that it can increase trust among us, so that it can increase trust among citizens in the society, because that's what we need, you know, facing all the challenges of this day. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here and listening. And we will be here for a bit longer. The next panel starts at 11, so if you have any questions, you can approach any of the panelists in a more informal setting afterwards. And once again, I would like to invite you to look at some of the outcomes of the work we've done here this week. You can see it here on the walls, you can see it outside. There are the calls to action, but there's also lots of the ideas that were discussed throughout the process that led to them. So you can see the richness of the process right here. You can even talk to some of the young adults because really it's about 50-50 in the room, I think. So thanks again, everyone, for coming, for your time. And I guess I'll see you some other time in the future. Thank you.
Jenom tohle jste mačkal. Tak tím to mutujete.
Aha, sorry. Tak pardon, takže se nic nemačká, jo?
Ne, ne.
OK, mně se stále to nesvítilo předtím, totiž takže...
To vypnu, ať to nezlobí. Začínáme, jo?
Jo.
Good morning, everybody. I welcome you again in our second panel of the Heritage Forum Mariánské Lázně, which is an accompanying program of the Great Assembly of the Great Spa Towns of Europe. I'm the site manager of Mariánské Lázně, and I'm glad you are here, and I would like to invite you all in again. Our program is streamed, and it's translated in Czech and English, so if you would like to have your headset, it's in the lobby. Kdyby někdo chtěl sluchátka na překlad do angličtiny, jsou k dispozici v předsálí. And I hope we are all here now. So I would like to invite you to the second panel, which is called Tools for Effective Monitoring of Cultural Heritage Protection. And I would like to invite on stage my friend, hopefully, and my colleague from Great Spa Towns of Europe, our Secretary General, Chiara Ronchini, who is the moderator. And thank you, Chiara. Before I leave the floor, I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture for support, Karlovy Vary region, the city of Mariánské Lázně, and Sana Hotels, who are all great supporters of this project. So I wish you a nice and fruitful experience, and I am giving you.
Thank you so much, Susanna. Absolutely my friend and colleague. And sister, sometimes it feels like I did say that. Susanna, in fact, is almost half Italian, I would say. And turns out we studied at CVUT at the same time. There was a bit of an overlap back in 2006. So definitely sisters there. Dobrý den. Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? Yes, it is. It's been a long day already. It feels like it. And I would like to thank you all for joining us here today. Thank you for coming to this panel discussion. And it's an absolute pleasure and an honor to host this panel on such an important topic, actually, for heritage. And also to host it in such a beautiful town here in Mariánské Lázně. The focus of this panel today is the effective monitoring for cultural heritage protection. Actually, not just cultural heritage, we're going to talk about natural heritage as well. We're going to use a very broad definition of heritage, a very inclusive, holistic definition of heritage here. We will be looking at methodologies, we'll be looking at tools, resources, and hopefully answer some critical questions as well. I wish I had the third hand somewhere, so I can do everything, so bear with me. I'll introduce myself, but thank you, Susanna, for the introduction. I'm Chiara Ronchini. I'm the Secretary General for the Great Spa Towns of Europe. I'm an architect. I'm an urbanist by background. I'm a World Heritage Specialist and maybe monitoring enthusiast, but I know there's some of you here as well in the room. We are... There we go. We are... It's okay, no worries. It's now it can't fall anymore. So no, it's okay. No, it's better here. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. We are very fortunate here today to have really 3 esteemed panelists with us, which I'd like to introduce to you. We have Dr. Teresa Hnatkova. Please come here to the stage. Principal investigator at the Czech University of Life Sciences in Prague. We have Věra Kučová. Welcome, Věra, who is the head of Department of Heritage with international status at the National Heritage Institute, also in Prague. And then, last but not least, we have Alina Husseinli. Welcome. Who is the director and a member of the board of the Institute of Spa and Balneology in Karlovy Vary. You probably know it by ELAB, its acronym. So we're very fortunate because each of our panelists brings a unique perspective. I want to face you so I can actually see you. Lovely, much better. We are very fortunate because each of you brings different perspectives. And I said that it's not just about cultural heritage, but we're going to talk about a much broader definition, much broader spectrum of what heritage actually is, which also encompasses the natural aspects as well, the tangible and intangible aspects too. And how to monitor all of these aspects is really challenging. Sometimes it's easier when you can see things, much harder when you can't touch or see things. So we're going to talk about that as well. Our program today will consist of a short introduction by me. I'll try to keep it really brief, but this is just to frame the topic and introduce you to our really generous audience here today. This will be followed by lightning talks, so yeah, really quick presentations by our panelists. We will have a panel discussion as well, and hopefully an opportunity to answer any questions you may have as well. We hope we have many questions to our fantastic speakers. This panel wants to ask some questions and hopefully answer some questions too. What are we measuring when we are measuring or trying to monitor heritage conservation? Natural or cultural? Tangible, intangible? What are the resources that we need? What is the time, money? Really important question, I'm sure it'll come up. And people, skills, capabilities, what do we need to carry out this type of exercises? And most importantly, once you gathered all that data, what do we do with that? That's the value, right? It should be the implementation. Otherwise, it's just information that stays there somewhere on the shelf. So hopefully, what we'll be doing today is to talk about some of the challenges, some of the opportunities, and hopefully answer some of these critical questions. I've been told that there is an important project that is very much in the pipeline here with Villa Lille as a potential hub for heritage monitoring, not just for the city, but also for the region, and potentially an exemplar project for the great spa towns of Europe, which is this UNESCO World Heritage Site that I work on. So I've been asked by Susanna to frame the conversation around practical examples as well that could help and could be helpful to those of you here today working on practical projects, such as potentially this very inspiring idea around Villa Lille. But I was also asked to introduce, and I'll try to be brief, our monitoring system with the great spa towns of Europe, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site comprising of 11 spa towns all across Europe, across 7 different countries, of which Mariánské Lázně is one of the component towns. And you can see the towns here on the right-hand side on the map. We are indeed a very complicated World Heritage Site. We are what is called in jargon a serial transnational World Heritage Site, because each of the town that you see here on the map were chosen as the best examples of the European spa phenomenon that saw its grandeur between the 18th century up to the 1920s, 1930s. So we all share very similar heritage, very similar key elements that we call, again in jargon, attributes. I'll try not to speak too much in jargon, but I know a lot of you are in the heritage sector, so you will know what I'm talking about. But of course, we are a very complicated UNESCO World Heritage Site. You know, there are many UNESCO World Heritage Sites in the world, 1,500, I can't remember. But we are like the pyramids in Egypt or the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, but we are a serial transnational World Heritage Site, really complicated. We speak 5 languages, but we try to just use English as much as we can. We have many different policy frameworks, regulatory frameworks. So when we were asked by UNESCO to set up a shared monitoring system for the 11 towns that could work at the series property level, it sounded like a big undertaking, a big challenge. But this was a request, so we had to really address that. And so we did take on this challenge. We wanted to create something that was fit for purpose, so it was useful, practical at property level, but also useful at local level for each of the towns. But at the same time, we wanted something that wasn't just a tick box exercise, not something that sits on a shelf, but it's actually implemented and it's really participated and everybody can have an input. So all the site managers in each of the town could contribute to and to create that sense of ownership. The outcome, which we're still working on, so we don't have all the answers yet, it's really to get a high-level shared monitoring system to understand the state of conservation of our special key elements all across the towns, what we call our attributes. So it had to be high-level enough to be shared by all the towns, but detailed enough to enable us to identify some trends, positive or negative, so that we can actually act on them and put in place some management responses to address these. We used UNESCO best practice methodology, which you can find if you are interested in World Heritage Management, you can find in the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0, which is a really useful document that was produced by the advisory bodies and of course endorsed by UNESCO on management, best practice management. So we use this to actually work out and review our monitoring system, starting from the attributes. And these are the key elements that all the 11 spa towns share together. The springs, the spa urban landscape, or the urban form, the spa urban ensemble, we call it in different ways, the spa architecture, which is specific architecture you can only find in spa towns, therapeutic landscape, again, which was very much part of the cure and integrated in the design of this specific urban form that a great spa town is, spa infrastructure, and then we have more intangible things that we can't really touch, attributes, but there are key elements that tell this story of the European spa phenomenon. One of them is internationalism and the fact that spa towns very much are the hubs for ideas during the Enlightenment period especially, and creativity and artistic products as well, and the living tradition. All these 11 spa towns are still very much used as spa towns with traditions, rituals, stories that are very much continuing what the spa function really is all about. We used an iterative and participatory process to work and refine this big monitoring table. It came out like a really massive Excel spreadsheet with a lot of columns, but we are simplifying it and trying to make it even more and more useful, simple, and we did a lot of online workshops and in-person workshops to make sure that this did happen. In conclusion, very briefly, we've just merged all the results coming from the 11 spa towns, filling out this big spreadsheet, and we came out with some results, which you can see really much summarized on the right-hand side. Mainly really positive. Everything is monitored really well, and the attributes, so our key elements, are conserved really well. But there are some areas that would need some attention, and this is good because our monitoring process enabled us to identify some of these trends, and we can act on them now. Climate vulnerability is one of these key themes, and I know you will also address this in your presentation, so I really look forward to hearing what you're about to say, because I know this panel is going to be really useful for us, for the great spa towns, for ideas on how to do that. Buildings that are at risk, so neglected, lying empty, really big problem for a lot of the towns, but still manageable, and I think this is the right time to start addressing it. Many opportunities as well, and some threats far away in the horizon, but which we would like to do a lot more, especially in terms of disaster risk preparedness, such as urban development or over-tourism. They're not there yet. Luckily, we don't suffer, from this, but, we want to be ready in case this may become a problem. We can mitigate in a preventive measure. What is the next step for us? Is trying to address these issues and the positive as well. And hopefully, we are hoping that our experience can help other serial transnational World Heritage sites like us, which are very complicated. But for me, most importantly, I would like to hear from our panelists here today, because I think we can learn a lot from you. You have so much practical experience, both in the cultural heritage sector and the natural heritage sector, and because you've seen the great spa towns encompass both cultural and natural values, there's a lot here that we can learn. We still have a lot of questions, so we are hoping this panel will help answer and address some of these. Now I would like, be delighted to introduce you to our first panelist here today. I asked every panelist to come to me with some visual statement. So you can read it here, and sometimes I had to shorten it. There's a lot of passion here. And what actually is probably the theme is around responsibility. Every single one of you didn't speak to each other, right? Before. Mentioned responsibility. So I just wanted to mention that because that's the common theme across. But I would like to now, I think you can read out what Teresa's vision statement is on this slide. I'm not going to repeat that, but I would like to give you some notes about Teresa's biography. Teresa Hnatková is a Czech environmental engineer with a deep commitment to applying innovative technologies in real-world environmental practice. She holds a PhD in biochemistry and bioengineering and has over 15 years of experience in water treatment, nature-based systems, and sustainable landscape management. As a senior researcher at the Czech University of Life Sciences and a project manager at the Conta, she leads applied research projects across Europe. Her current focus is on smart environmental monitoring and climate adaptive restoration, bringing together scientific insight, technical innovation, and practical solutions in complex real-world contexts, such as Mariánské Lázně. Thank you very much, Teresa. The floor is yours.
It's working. Okay. Thank you very much for introduction. Really nice to be here. I will try through my short presentation, fruitful, everything what was mentioned about me and my experience and what I would like to share with you. It's now starting the project called Smart Landscape, and our ambition is go across the 2030 and follow the needs which are not only in Mariánské Lázně but around the world. I have to start with the water because the water is a topic for my professional experiences and also for my life, which is crucial. And because of this, let me begin my presentation to highlight the role of the water, not just as the
Thank you.
Not only as life-giving resource, but also the carrier of the knowledges, culture, and intouchable, very touchable heritage. In the context of globalization and the climate change, the need of sharing environmental data, evaluation of environmental data, and utilizing the proper and advanced monitoring tools are more urgent than ever. And the technologies like model information building, digital twins, citizen-driven application are powerful instruments. And not only for data collection and evaluation, but also for education and public engagement and even entertainment. In the morning section was mentioned that it has to be also touchable experience, immersive experience. It has to be fun and it has to be readable for the wide range of the audience. Our ambitions, and I hope that together with Mariánské Lázně we will be able to fill out this mission till end of the year 2027, hopefully. This is a very ambitious project. We have ambition establish Villa Lille like some shining example that this building it's not a remnant of the past, but it should be a platform for experimental and community engagement. And highlight the dual approach of preserving heritage while embracing smart technology. I don't know how you are familiar with the smart technology, but every one of us, we have the smartphone and we are familiar to use it, and we would like to extend this kind of the equipment also to engage the public and be part of our project and share the data with us and help us collect the data And on the way back, we would like to offer them to educate them and give them knowledges for what purposes the data are collected and how they are managed and what does it mean for the now and for the future. Regarding the innovation or smart technology, I would like to mention 3D laser scanning and building information model. It's something what is now very common and very wide use, but still is true that not many people are familiar with it, and they are use it as wide as is possible and what should be beneficial. Because smart conservation starts with the smart data, and BMI enables us to manage heritage dynamically and sustainably. When we focus on the Villa Lille, there has to be said that this place is located very well, connected to all these views on one place, and now we are on the starting point, and we should take a lesson from our previous projects and previous experience and try to do our best in this case. When we talk about the new smart monitoring and water landscape, and again back to my favorite topic, water tells the stories, and if we listen through the data, we can respond with the care. And I think this approach is valuable independent if we talk about the water or about the building or about the heritage which is untouchable. Because when we listen and we properly evaluate the data which are available or information, we are able to react in the context, not just based on some non-touchable recommendation. Regarding the mobile application, the digital tools make heritage visible, accessible and actionable for everyone. And it is responsible because it was already also mentioned that the democratized access and the shared responsibility is also important, because one thing is be part of something just as the visitor, and the other thing is has a responsibility for this and be part of this, because everything is time consuming, and when you want to involve someone to your project, he has to be also open to spend the time with this and follow your approach and definitely give you some contribution from his heart and brain and other. What is connected with my topic and sustainability and climate change is something what we call green-blue infrastructure. Now we talk about this like it's a new topic, but in the fact it's something what is coming from the history. Because when we take a look back, we know that this approach was widely used everywhere, because it was the basic principle how to protect your house against the flooding. It was a very simple way how to irrigate your field, because when we talk from the past, the farmers sharing this information. Now we handle with the climate change. The rainfall even is changing, the temperature is increasing. But the basic information and basic strategy is still same, but okay, it's not origin in our country, but what is now coming here is already in the Greece, it's already in the Spain. And from this point of view, sharing this information and make them visible and accessible for everyone should help, definitely, from my point of view. When we talk about the community engagement and heritage in the citizen hands, what does it mean? When we take a look here, there is a lot of nice building with very deep history. But what is non-visible is definitely what is now connected with the spa. Because the water to the hotels and to the spa is going in the pipes which are located underground. And this is something what is really unique. And for the people who are here for 1 day, for 3 weeks, it's very often something what is covered, what is not visible, but is the heart of this city and is the heart of function of the spa. Engagement is not only a side effect, is an engine of sustainable conservation. And if we use these tools for emphasis, education, empowerment, and transformation, displays to the open space, education lab, and some touchable experience. It doesn't matter if we will ask the kids go out to the park or the other people just take a look deeply in this location regarding the history and function, it's beneficial. It's also the tone of our project. Our ambition is say that the future of heritage is hybrid. It's rotated in the history, powered by innovation, but is definitely guided by the people. And if people are not involved, it's stop.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you so much, because you have introduced some really interesting topics and some really tantalizing thoughts as well. Keywords here, such as smart landscapes, citizen science, and democratization of data. Something I'm particularly passionate about. And how these big ideas can be applied concretely on the Villalil project, which I think it could be such a transformational project, really ambitious, as you said, but a powerful vision for the future. You also talked about traditional knowledge systems. Again, this is one of my pet themes, and I think people that are here know. And I would like to explore all of this a little bit later on. Thank you so much. Now, thank you. I would like to introduce my second panelist, our second panelist. And Vera, I think you could try and press the green button on the remote, and that should take you, hopefully, to your slides. Thank you. Sorry, I should have done that. Thank you. I make you work already. I'm sorry.
I'm skilled in technology, so sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you. I should have done that. Vera Kochova, I would like you to introduce you properly. So Vera Kochova has worked at the National Heritage Institute, which you may know with its acronym, NPU, in Prague since 1984, and has been long involved in the agenda concerning conservation areas and cultural landscapes. At present, she leads the Department of Heritage with international status in the General Directorate of the NPU, where the monitoring of the World Heritage Sites and cooperation with the site managers is concentrated. She has experience advising on nominations on the World Heritage List and communication with experts coming from various technical missions with regards with UNESCO and World Heritage. She is a member of ICOMOS, and since 2007, she's also been a member of the Czech National Commission of UNESCO. Thank you very much, Vera, for being with us, and the floor is yours. Thank you. It should work.
So, can you hear me? Yes. So, still good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for invitation to Mariánské Lázně, which is absolutely fantastic place. And I have very many nice experience and ideas about this nice city. I am also very glad that I was able to listen to the youth forum and to your lecture in advance, because when I was invited, I really didn't know if my short lecture will not be much boring, because in our Directorate General, we work really generally. We are coordinating things, evolving some methodologies, and I was limited only for a few minutes and few pictures. So I hope that I shall reply some questions and later. So our institute is coordinating national monitoring much longer than great spa towns of Europe, because we have already 17 World Heritage Sites. Some of them are individual heritage assets, as Holy Trinity Kolm in Olomouc, Villa Tugendhat in Brno. Many of them are urban conservation areas, as Prague, Český Krumlov, Třebíč, Kutná Hora. And one of the last one are really these spa towns. They were inscribed not only of buildings, but really also due to the fantastic therapeutic landscape. So even if among these 17 World Heritage Sites we have only one natural one, which is a series of beach forests, the spa town really fulfill the idea about connection of nature and culture heritage. And for me, it is also important to listen today new ideas about monitoring. So do not expect me to say that we are doing everything just now perfect, but we have involved some national methodology. Most of you probably know that on the UNESCO level there is a system of 6-year periodic reporting exercise, which is really creating baseline data for global statistics. It is based on questionnaires for ticking many questions, but there is not much space for describing the state of the place as such. So I can invite you to our website, where this small booklet is also in digital form, and there is also small, short English resume, where is also information about history of national monitoring in the Czech Republic. What's next? Yes, here is the place for downloading this methodology. So I shall be focused only on main principles. The structure is to show wider public what monitoring is, in fact, what is periodic reporting, national monitoring, what is main sense of this. And then the second and the more important part is the main structure, how to prepare the monitoring report. On national level, until the year 2011-2021, we were doing this monitoring reports each year, but now we do not have more capacities, but we have more complex World Heritage Sites. So Ministry of Culture has decided that biennial system is sufficient for these reports. Yes. I have chosen only some part of the contents of these reports. Probably you can see, I hope that you can see this from the back of the audience as well. We are focused also on concrete things like factors affecting the property, also and attributes, as Chiara already mentioned, because attributes of OUV, it is really basis of monitoring. You can write long text about how many visitors were there and how much money you have get. But the main sense of monitoring must be control how outstanding universal value attributes are maintained, if there is some risk or improvement, not to be only negative. And I must say, and not to be long, that these OUV attributes were not at the beginning of the World Heritage Convention. The first nominations were based mainly on history and description, but only from the turn of millennium these attributes were more stress on this. And the last few nominations were really based on definition of attributes, because it is the main how some property should become a World Heritage Site. So it is really important to listen that from the point of view of the group of Great Spa Towns, you are focused on attributes as well, because we shall share this data very, very happily. Then protection and management, it is important if there is some change on legislation level, especially new acts of local authorities. Then we are working closely with site managers, because management plan should be also focused on attributes and the future of their qualities. And then also financing and tourism information, because as I have already said, most of our World Heritage Sites are open spaces, so we cannot count numbers of visitors. I know that there are systems in national parks that you have some technology to count how many bicycling people are passing some trail or so, but we are also depending mainly on data of some monuments which can be visited, paying some bill and some ticket. Most important part is now also presentation and interpretation of qualities and of values, because all of us know that the people coming from other regions sometimes do not understand what are they looking at, because when I am going to Asia, I also must know in advance what the value is, what the OUV definition is, to be able to have the most benefit of such visit. So I think that for all our World Heritage Sites, including spa towns, it's important to explain visitors what value is, what attributes mean to the quality of the place. So this subchapter shall be important, and I hope that in next future we shall have some visitor center in each World Heritage Site, because it is not obligatory to have visitor place at the beginning, but now we know that it is crucial even for general public in our milieu, but especially for visitors from abroad. Last but not least, and we were speaking about participation, it is a citizen initiative, so now we started to monitor if there is some negative experience, some petition, for example in Prague, if some petition supporting restoration or against some demolitions, or also some NGOs helping to improve knowledge about the quality of the place. And what is really inspired by the periodic reporting is the newly included chapter, Examples of Good Practice. Because especially Czechs are used to complain on anything, but we are not able to praise ourselves, to speak that we are satisfied with something. And I must say that even among the staff of NPU, it is not easy to get information that we are satisfied with some restoration, that everything was well done or so. So now we are forcing our colleagues, please think well and find some example of good practice, because it is sometimes better to invite people. Yes, it is a highly evaluated thing, so let's go to be similar as such. The last chapters are about quality of monitoring process, how it was, communication with local authorities, site managers, and things like this. So it is the basic structure of report of an individual property. And then on the level of our unit in Prague, we summarized the results of individual reports, and also we are focused on some general information which were new during the monitored 2 year. Yes, and it is not academic work. So Chiara have chosen this picture of my offer, that we are enlarging our group. Since 2017, we have really good experience of gathering NPU staff with our site managers. We are starting with short meetings on the Ministry of Culture, which was not such open, and now we are very lucky that each year we are gathering 1 or 2 times in one of these World Heritage sites to share experience, and it is better and better because now site managers are preparing their own program, and we from NPU are only part of the program, so we are not forcing them, please speak. They are preparing their gatherings, and I think that the participation has started as well for this. So probably it's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. I would like to say thank you ever so much, because sounds like there's a lot to celebrate, actually. And it sounds like there is long-standing experience, a thorough methodology to a national level that gives a really good picture of the status of World Heritage and around the Czech Republic. It's almost like a World Heritage health check. Just make, like you would go to the doctor and you get a health check done. That's exactly what you're doing for all your properties in the Czech Republic and national level. So that's really, thank you very much. It's very enlightening, and I would love to talk a lot more about this as well and your methodology. Thank you. Last but very much not least at all, I would like to introduce you to our third panelist here today. Alina Husseini is the director and a member of the board of the Institute of Spa and Balneology in Karlovy Vary. She is dedicated to advancing the field of balneology through research, multidisciplinary collaboration, and innovative projects. She holds a master's degree in environmental studies and an MBA in healthcare management, and is currently finalizing her doctoral studies in hygiene, epidemiology, and preventive medicine. Alina is the author of the Spa Research Center project, through which she secured significant funding from the Just Transition Fund. She also coordinates research activities under the European Spa Association, and she is a member of the European Historic Thermal Towns Association Scientific Group. Alina, thank you very much for being with us. The floor is yours.
Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the invitation and also for the nice introduction. And I'm really happy to be here today and to be part of this important discussion. And it is a pleasure to see all of you and also Chiara in person after all of our online discussions about the possibilities of collaboration between our institute and great spa towns of Europe. And I really appreciate that she brings the topic of cultural and heritage and natural heritage protection into the work of great spa towns of Europe, so thank you. And I would like to say that spa towns definitely have their own specific character, and when we look for new solutions, for new modern technologies, digital tools, we need to respect their specificities. In the Karlovarý region, we have been aware of the importance of data collection and environmental protection in spa towns for a really long time, and that's why in 2019 the regional government of the Karlovarý region decided to build our institute, the Institute of Spa and Balneology, as a public research institution. Our main mission is to objectively evaluate the effects of spa treatment on the human body, to research natural healing resources and therapeutic spa landscape, and also to study the socio-economic and cultural historical aspects of spa towns. In 2024, we received a large strategic project called the Spa Research Center, and thanks to this, we were able to hire new 35 experts, researchers, and increase our annual budget from 8 million crowns to 80 million crowns, and expand our activities at the European level. I believe this was a very smart and important step of our Karlovarý region, and it is a really good example how a region can protect spa town heritage using science, innovation, and education. We don't mainly focus on cultural heritage protection. Our work is mostly about spa treatments and also natural heritage of spa towns, especially the monitoring of natural healing sources. One of our goals is to build a modern automated system to monitor mineral springs in the Karlovarý region. So we check things like temperature of mineral springs, then water flow, or for example, chemical or physical composition of these springs. And we are also working on a strategy to protect therapeutic spa landscapes, because these landscapes of spa towns are not only green spaces, they include the natural environment, they include historic buildings and architecture of spa towns, and also a special atmosphere that supports not only physical but also mental health of spa clients. And this connection between nature, culture, and healing is what makes our spa towns so valuable and so unique. Of course, we also try to use new technologies, not only in spa treatments, but also to protect and promote spa heritage. Few examples, virtual reality or augmented reality. With virtual reality, we can show the history of spa towns in an interactive way. Visitors can travel back in time and see how the buildings, parks, and traditions looked 100 years ago. And this helps people understand and respect the value of heritage. And for example, with augmented reality, people can use a smartphone or tablet to see extra information when they walk around a historic site. Also, we can use drones to make high-quality photos and 3D models of spa areas. And as said, Teresa in her presentation, also, for example, some mobile apps for citizens and spa visitors, or, for example, we are using geographic information systems. However, before we start using new and advanced technologies, we first need to build strong basics. it is important to set up a simple system for collecting data, use the right methods to collect this data, and make sure that we can use the data in real life, for example, in planning or protecting of spa areas. We also have to think about the different needs of many groups and stakeholders in spa towns, like city leaders, spa companies, UNESCO site managers, researchers, and of course local people. And because each group is using data in a different way and needs really different information. And that's why I believe that real innovation starts with good preparation and with respect for the special character of every spa town. And let me give you one real example of how we our institute help protect cultural heritage without modern technologies. 2 months ago, we moved our institute to a very special place, Elizabeth's Spa in Karlovy Vary. It is one of the most beautiful historic spa buildings in our city. And now we use 850 square meters there. We have our research labs, and soon we will have also a demonstration lab for demonstrate modern spa technologies. Of course, we could have moved into a new building, but I believe that a Spa Research Institute should be located inside a real spa monument. And this decision made together with the Lady Mayor of Karlovy Vary helped, I hope, helped save this historic building. And I also hope that another beautiful building here in Mariánské Lázně, Villa Lille, will have a bright future as well. So at the end of my presentation, I would like to say that I believe that the decision of the Karlovy Vary region to found a specialized research institute in the field of spa and balneology was a very important step for the whole spa sector in the European level. It is a systematic approach for the protection of spa towns' heritage based on science, education, innovation, and about using digital tools and modern technologies. Of course, we can try to use and implement existing technologies from other fields. But if we want a real and a long-term impact, this won't be enough. Only a systematic and research-based, scientific-based, evidence-based approach strategy can bring real change for the future of our beloved spa towns. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for this opportunity to share work of our institute.
Thank you so much, Alina. I think the slides are finished. And so thank you very much. I think we don't need the remote anymore. So thank you. Thank you so much for your really insightful talk. You mentioned 3 keywords: science, education, and innovation. And also you did say that data should actually be practical and useful in real life, and that's what it all is all about. And I think that what this panel is doing is really giving some examples of what you can do with all this data to improve places, to make the world a better place without being too patronizing here, too cheesy, but definitely that's what we are trying to do, just to improve people's lives, really. And also the key role of natural heritage and healing in all of this, which is very much an integral part of our spa towns. So thank you very much for that. And I would like to thank now all our 3 panelists, because we started with water, we went through heritage, we went back to water, like a water cycle, which I thought this is really great, because everything is very much interconnected, and collaboration sounds like could be one of the keywords here as well. I would like now to open up for questions. I'm sure the 3 lightning talks probably answered a lot of questions, but also probably made you think about many other questions you might want to ask as well. If there are no questions from the audience, I have many questions for our panelists, and I apologize in advance, but I would certainly, because we don't have much time, I would love to prioritize any questions the audience might have. But Alexandra, can we give you a microphone, please? Because this is helpful for our translators in the cabin, in the booth. Lovely, thank you so much. And could you please introduce yourself as well for the panelists? Thank you.
So hello, my name is Alexandra Hara. I'm the site manager for the component town Baden bei Wien. And first of all, I would like to express my thanks to all of you. I think very interesting lightning talks. I do have a specific question. So since you were asking for questions, I take the liberty and ask this question. I think I would like to address my question to Teresa Natkova, because you mentioned in your slides community monitoring and something about empowering the community, empowering the citizens to actively contribute to monitoring values and other things. And I'm just wondering, how can I picture this? How can I understand it? Maybe you could explain it a little bit, what you mean by that and how it works. Sure. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. We are taking lesson from our previous project, from the Horizon project. And our ambition, and now is under designing, it's make some real interactive trails, basically with the QR codes, which will recall augmented reality or virtual reality, or just sharing the information. It was mentioned today, it's something like the gamification, and I'm too conservative to use this word because it's very ambitious. But the park and the building in the future will be equipped with the proper monitoring system. We're using IoT, we're using different digital tools to visualize and collect data. And our ambition is open this platform also for the citizen and tourists, not just uptake the data, but also share with us their data. And one part of them will be technical, just about the temperature, water flow, biodiversity, and other. But for us are important also information about more social one. It's about not well-being, happiness, and the other. Because when we talk about the tourism, our ambition is open new opportunity of the tourism, not just for the spa, what is the crucial and what is really important here, but also education regarding the country protection, nature protection, and water sources protection, and climate resilience approaches.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Alina?
Because I have one very specific example of this using virtual or augmented reality. We are a part of a big international project, Balneo Routes, and under the European Historic Thermal Towns Association. And this project is about virtual museum of spa towns heritage, and how to show it local people, and it's not about the protection but also preservation. So we will show into this virtual museum our Elizabeth Spa in Karlovy Vary, but maybe it is also interesting for Zuzana that we can also show for this virtual museum Villa Lille in the future, and it is an international project. It will be in different countries in the whole Europe. So one example how to use it in the spa towns heritage preservation.
Thank you. I think this is really helpful to understand how technology can help us deliver some of the messages that sometimes are difficult to get out there, and gamification or virtual reality, they can definitely help to enhance people's experiences and also make it accessible for people that otherwise wouldn't be able to access these treasures from all over the world. So this is, when we are talking about world heritage, this is even more important to do. Thank you so much for your practical case studies. This is excellent. Are there any more questions, please? Jan, could you please introduce yourself?
Okay, I did not have a question. Alexandra was just passing me the mic.
Sorry.
But I might as well, as you're all on the stage, and we are in a bit of a pickle in Karlovy Vary and in Mariánské Lázně and in Františkovy Lázně regarding our heritage reservation, because as was already said, our heritage reservation is not an urban heritage reservation, but it's a heritage reservation with a cultural spa landscape. But at the ministerial level, there is a funding scheme which specifically mentions urban heritage reservations and heritage reservation cooks, but not our heritage reservations with a spa cultural landscape. So effectively, by being in UNESCO, we cannot de jure apply for funding for heritage renovation within our heritage reservation protected area. And I would like to point out that as we have also Mr. Zeman here and Alina Husseini, and there are projects aimed at renovating the spa cultural landscape. It is not only the architecture in our towns, but also the path, infrastructure system, or even such things as the public toilets in the towns, because there is a very good maybe story about how we can actually take good practice examples from our towns. Alina was the person behind renewing the publishing of Spa in Balneology, an academic journal. Mr. Zeman, the monitor for our three sites, alongside the guarantor of Karlovy Vary, Mr. Hamburger, wrote an article about the last public toilet in the forests and how not renovating it would mean that this heritage would be lost forever. And as Karlovy Vary, by the end of October, did not have any project to apply with for regional funding, I sat down and I applied with all the data that was already there, thanks to the Spa in Balneology academic journal and the hard work that was put into this by Mr. Zeman and Mr. Hamburger. So my question is more of a comment. I'm very sorry, but I think that we do not need to only touch upon the regional money, but if there would be a change on the ministerial level and the ministry would want to maybe include us again into the funding schemes, there is a way how the three spa towns could flourish some more and the spa cultural landscape would flourish as well. Thank you.
Would you like to?
Thank you so much for this nice history. And I think that it is a good example how we cooperate in Karlovy Vary region, research institutions, local people, and also UNESCO site managers. And I'm really happy that we have these good practices and really fruitful cooperation. So thank you.
Thank you. Would you like Vera to say something about this as well?
Yes, I don't know how much time you give me. I am not a member of Ministry of Culture, but I am informed about our funding schemes. And our typology is really complex. And these spa towns are really the only three spa historic reserves. And really the conditions of applying for money to improve situation in these conservation areas is not focused on tiny structures which are not protected heritage asset as such. So now, next week, we have meeting with site managers, and we shall speak about our action plan, which is crazy word. But really, we were invited by Ministry of Culture to find the main topics for improvement, the milieu and conditions for World Heritage in next 5 years, which is not much. All of us know that we have elections in the end of this year, so we probably have a new government. So I think that not everything should be supported from the state level, because as regards legislation in Czech Republic, there is a small problem that we do not have World Heritage in each region. There are even regions without any World Heritage site. So if we go to the parliamentary level to improve our legislation, I am not quite sure that the result is be quite good. So I think that any regional supporting may help much earlier than the level of state and changes of legislation. So it is my advice, and I am very glad to listen about quality and goals and research goals of this new institute, because I think it is really important for Czech Republic, because I'm very proud that we have spa project on the World Heritage level, because our tradition of spa towns is really important, not only in Central Europe. I think that the quality of spas as such, and these mineral springs and coming of many people to feel the good environment and milieu, preserve this even in communist regime, because they were bringing money, and we are very proud to have not only these 3 spa towns, but we have plenty of spa places. So if we are successful to improve conditions for therapeutic landscape, not only in these 3 spa towns, it shall help other spa places very much, because mineral springs, it is treasure for us. So not to be too long.
Fantastic. I think, Jan, you raised a really important point around budget, money. How many wonderful things we could do if we had a little bit more money. Collaboration is also key. A vision is also key. Commitment is key, but resources are really, really key. And I really wanted to actually ask the question to all of the panelists here, thinking about resources a little bit more. Many of you have spoken about really fancy tools, really quite high-spec, expensive methodologies, or less expensive as well, but thinking about as digital technologies for heritage monitoring are advancing, they're becoming increasingly more sophisticated. How can we ensure that they remain accessible and practical for, let's say, our site managers here, people that actually manage World Heritage sites and components in Europe, all around the world, but they usually have very limited resources, very limited budget, but it's almost like there are some wonderful candies out there with this wonderful technology, but what can we do with limited resources?
Resources are our challenge. As the academic, I have to say that the education is the crucial, and these tools are available and very often used mainly in the private sector. It means that there is space and there are the opportunities. Me, as a representative of Czech University of Life Science, this year we will build the environmental center in Chodov, near Sokolov. Our ambition is give the training to the site manager, to the officers, to the government. But what is the crucial for the future is really not cooperation just between the academics and the government, but also the private sector, and explain that there is the potential for the business cases and make it visible and viable through this cooperation. Just we have the money from the private sector, we were just waiting for some other money for European Union, for the government, and if we will make these tools really function, then it's make the sense, and then there is clear pricing for this, but if not, it's will not viable. From my point of view. And from this point of view are crucial the indicators, and my colleague mentioned it, because at VS has to establish proper one, the indicators, what is really need, and it is, as Alina mentioned, it has to be practical, it has to be useful. If I will set up some indicators about the water amount and water quality, I have to be sure that someone will measure it and the audience will understand what does it mean.
Absolutely, thank you. Would you like to add any remarks to that?
I think that the case is not only about money, because it is about capacity, because capacities are spread everywhere. We have people in offices, in NPU, in academic spheres. Even today I have learned so much about news from this region. So I think that the main thing is to use new digital platform to open data as much as possible. I'm very glad that National Heritage Institute opened the Register of Heritage. We have pictures, we have GIS system, we have many layers. Most of general public doesn't know about it. Mostly people know about urban planning, GIS data, but National Heritage Institute tries to give as much information in digital platform as possible. But we do not have enough staff. I know that it is a problem not to be solved today, but I think that sometimes it is even easier to get money than to get money for people. We are not able to organize projects because we are flooded by bureaucracy. So it is pity, because sometimes we know very well what to do, but we give up not to involve ourselves into international projects and so on. So I think that such meetings as today are important to be able to share experience, to meet ourselves and to learn who is able to do what. And I think that, for example, for spa towns may be important the new digital platform by UNESCO, this Urban Heritage Atlas, which is based on GIS. I remember very well from the nomination project that we were already mapping attributes, what are places with mineral springs, where are buildings, specific typology, where are... It is important to map intangible heritage. I know very well this internationalism and spa tradition. It is not easy to map it in GIS system, but I think it is a big challenge for us to be able to go in such detail, but to show specific typology in GIS system. It is a great challenge for a new generation. I am total boomer here because we are speaking about alpha generation and Z and so on. I'm absolutely lost in this, but I'd be very glad if we are able to each mutually what young generation is able to do, what we are able to advise them, so on. So I think that the problem is not only about financing, about the capacity.
Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more. Resources is much broader than that, not just the money. Would you like to add anything, Alina?
Just one sentence that I'm really glad that more institutions like National Heritage Institute and also Czech University of Life Sciences are showing interest in spa towns topic, and I think that the future of spa towns in cooperation, not only between our institutions and organizations, but also cooperation with politicians, cooperations with spa professionals, spa doctors, because we have tested, for example, in our institute and implemented a lot of digital technologies into spa care treatments, but it wasn't just about implement some technology, it was about to create the new rehabilitation program for spa facilities. So I think that we need to make an open dialogue between all of stakeholders, and I agree that it is not about money, because for example, we have a project for 3 years, I think that a lot of money, 10 million euros, but it is not only about money, it is also about cooperation, and it is also about stakeholders in this topic.
Thank you ever so much. That's really a good way actually to summarize what we've been talking about just now. I would like to bring this to a close, but if there's any burning questions, I would like maybe to allow another couple of minutes for a question. If there are no more questions, maybe we can try and summarize what we've talked about. Any more questions? Okay, I think everybody would like to go to lunch probably now, so probably the panelists as well. So I would like to start by saying thank you ever so much. And I think you're quite right, Alina. It's not very often that we have 3 panelists with very different backgrounds, from very different institutions, to talk about something that we all share and we have at heart as well. And we have a passion for it, which is quite nerdy, I guess, but also really important. And luckily there are people like you, like us, that do this job. The key message probably is about collaboration at different levels. It is about commitment, understanding, and that's why education is so important, because that starts right up there, just at the beginning. But we need to be collaborative. And we need to be practical. We need to share our experiences as we're doing here today. So I would just like to say everything is interlinked, and I really love to see a big cooperation coming out of this panel. I can see a bright future here for many of these projects. So let's keep the conversation going. Thank you ever so much.
I only would like to invite you for the last panel, which starts at 1 p.m. here at the same place. So please have some refreshment and turn back for our last panel, which will be led in Czech, but will be translated in English. So plan it well, so you can have some time to have the headsets before the panel starts. Thank you.
Můžu vás poprosit dovnitř, prosím. Ahoj, ahoj. Máme málo asi židlí, no, tak ještě, pardon, ještě.
Aha,
možná tyhle, protože vás bude 7 celkem. Jo, určitě. Jo, on potom musí odejít. Já 7 máme, jo? Jo, tak já to uvedu a vy už si tam budete sednout, tak můžete. Tak hezké odpoledne, dámy a pánové. Vítám vás v Mariánských Lázních.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Heritage Forum in Mariánské Lázně, which is the supporting program of the Heritage Forum of UNESCO. We are starting the third panel discussion, and it's the only one conducted in Czech and will be interpreted into English. So if you need interpretation, please get your headsets. So I'd like to invite you to the panel number 3, which will focus on transitory tendencies in architecture and urbanism and their impact on cultural heritage protection. I'm very glad that the host of this panel will be the Mayor Emeritus of Prague and the Chairman of Czech Chamber of Architects, Mr. Jan Kassel. I will give him the floor in a minute and he will invite our guests. It'll be also great if you could ask questions. So enjoy the panel number 3, and also the start of the spa season, which is today in Mariánské Lázně. There's a cultural program, a lot of events happening outside in the park, so enjoy that. And now I'm giving the floor to our host. Oh no, one more thing. I have to thank the Ministry of Culture. I would like to thank for the support of the Karlovy Vary region, Mariánské Lázně, and Ensana Hotels company, who provide service for our panelists. And I'd like to invite our special guest, the mayor of Mariánské Lázně, Martin Horajčík, who will hopefully add the information I omitted. Okay, I'll start. I'll just stand for now. Good afternoon. Thank you for invitation. I'd like to thank Zuzka for everything she's done. I have thanked her already, but that's not enough. There are so many events in Mariánské Lázně this week, and there have been weeks and months of preparation. So I'm very grateful. There's a general meeting of all UNESCO spa towns. Some events for young people and much, much more. So thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Good afternoon. The panel after the lunch is always the least popular, but still, I hope we won't make you asleep. So there's the special guest that we have welcomed now already, and we have 5 other great guests, our panelists. I'll start with the lady, Zuzana Pešková. She's an architect and researcher and a teacher at the faculty at the Czech Technical University. Then Gábor Bindiš from Bratislava. I was lucky enough to spend most of the yesterday's dinner. And I can tell you that if he was the only guest on the stage, he could talk for 1.5 hours easily. So he represents a Gressling spa here. He's from Bratislava. He has worked on many interesting, great projects in Slovakia, Hungary, Czechia. So talking to him is very invigorating. Other panelist is Karel Adamec from the Architecture Office of Karlovy Vary. So he has experience from the bigger but not so beautiful spa town. And then we have Karel Kalivoda as the CEO of Therapeutic Spa Mariánské Lázně, member of ENSANA, you are the head of operations of 7 spa hotels. And then Pavel Kučeravý. He's a fan of restorations, new developments and renovations of old buildings. He's head of architecture studio and company Pentas. So we will open with introduction of the use and the number of unused buildings and plots in spa towns. We'll also talk about the examples of transitory use. And at 2:45, the mayor has to leave. So until then, we'll talk about how to support these activities, especially from the point of view of this town, also in regards to property tax. And the third area field that we'll talk about will be the Villa Look Inland, which is a great example of how one building that the town has no idea about what to do with it, and so needs a large investment. But it's suddenly a chance for building an institutional organization supporting sustainable tourism. It might be an interesting way of using the building, and it might be also a competition for Chopin House. We'll see. So, transitory tendencies, temporary use. I think all this means temporary use of unused buildings and plots of lands, which is an attractive tool to revive cities, including spa towns. It's a current trend, has been for a while, and has been for a while in the west and south from us. Some successes may be seen also east from us in Bratislava. But the transitory use is important, especially with climate change and sustainability. The surface of the earth is not endless, it's given, and it's actually getting smaller. So we cannot just keep on building. We also have to recycle and get back to what we already have and try and use it. So the transitory interventions in temporary use means that area which would otherwise stay unused when we try to look at the crystal ball and see what will happen with this kind of area in 10 years. For example, the Arnika zone There was an original plan what to do with it, and I'm glad it didn't actually got realized. Let's look at some researches that this research was done for Heritage Forum, and it asked questions about what places, how many of them, in regards to buildings and plots of lands, how many of those are in the cadastral areas of some towns, and what is their ownership. And you can see that the largest part is owned privately. But there's also the public government, public administration owning a significant part of it. And most of them are still unused. Another question was who try to deal with the transitory use, and you can see the interest is there, is huge. And who thinks about that, and that's the local government. And then how do you approach unused buildings or sites? So I'd like to ask our panelists how their town approaches this subject. I'm not sure if there exists a more difficult question in this panel. Our approach so far has been trying to think about it. We need to use the area temporarily, definitely. We have no other options because we don't have a big budget. Most of the budget goes to operations, to public transport. We have very low emission public transport. We have big expenses in greenery, park greenery. And also we are the smallest town in the world that has symphonic orchestra. So all this has to be supported. We have to keep it as it is or make it better. But the unused sites, I wouldn't say there are many, but there are some. I would like to say that we agreed that the city will rent Arnika in the long term. We agreed with the director, and I can say the price, which will be 1,000 Czech crowns per year. And we will invest in the site. You all know that Mariánské Lázně as a municipality lacks a permanent place, permanent stage for weekend local bands where the local musicians can come bring their instruments and play gigs, or even concerts of international artists, because that's something we lack here. Because every time we organize such events, we need to rent a place and find money for that. So I'm glad we actually agreed on using Arnika for this purpose. And we will invest money in the next few years in it. We have agreed on other things as well, which I can mention. The municipality will also take under its administration other smaller areas, gazebos and just this little infrastructure around the town that we will also look after. We were the first town in the country that we used the possibility or the option to decide at least partially about increasing the property tax on derelict buildings. So we put them in the highest range of property tax. Of course, I'm not popular with these owners, but that's how it is. And a lot of them has actually responded to this kind of pressure. And we now managed to take 4 of them back or off the high property tax rate because they started, the owner started taking care of the buildings. In regards to the temporary use, I think it's a great idea. Zuzana Stejskalová actually came up with this when she started working as the UNESCO manager. She's the best. We couldn't have a better one. It's a way. We have to preserve the colorate of the most beautiful spa town in the world. I always have to say that, I'm sorry. And we will not be happy with anything. We have to, of course, agree. All of us agree, and it has to bring benefits to the town, rather than some negative kinds of offers. So that's what we will work on in the future. First of all, I will give the floor to the CEO. Of course, it has to be mentioned that you are representing a very large segment, very powerful segment, which, yes, that's true, but it had been until COVID. It was very successful, but then I actually started on my position in 2020, just when the COVID started. When I look back, even before the revolution times, the spa was a very successful business, but the town was very poor. But then the spa association received a lot of properties back after the revolution in the privatization. But we have so many buildings, and we invested 3 billion Czech crowns into renovations, and it still needs more. We are the second with Lohačovice Spa, the second town in the country where this infrastructure is in private hands. So we have to work with them. So the town only has 1/3 of accommodation capacities in the town. So we try to work with other stakeholders and cooperate with them. We, as the private entity with more than 500 employees, we try to get some financial grants and invest money in the renovation of the infrastructure. If I look at the Arnika, it's the only unofficial brownfield. There's a plot of land more than 10,000 square meters big. There used to be a big block of buildings which was taken down, and there was a plan for new development. But due to privatization, it has never been actually realized. And on my part, I would be happy if this development has never actually happened. It would change the face of Mariánské Lázně so much that no one can actually imagine. There are many derelict buildings that need preservation, and I think this specific space could be used for something else. There's no main square in Mariánské Lázně. The promenade should be for spa guests, which of course takes place of the main square and is therefore overloaded with events. So it would be great to move some of these events to this area. And the national heritage of promenade will be saved.
Protože se nabízí oslí můstek.
There are some examples of transitory use. We can see the city bath, Grösling, and I'd like Gábor Bindiš to give us just a little tasting of what we were talking about from all your activities that you do. I'd just like to say that mostly involved in what's the content of the building and what's being created and how to use it temporarily, how to create a relationship, how to have interaction with people so that we have some fans who we can collaborate with. Currently I'm working on 3 such projects. One of them is a brownfield project of a sugar factory in a Slovak town that's more than 2,400 square meters. And then there is the city bath house, Grösling, and then the old market hall that has been already in operation for several years. And it's an example of how a ruin of a building in the center of the city was turned into a very popular place. And that's something that our initiative actually really grew out from that. We actually started together with the current mayor. He started actually working with me on this initiative, and he actually used this experience already, like running for a mayor and then also winning the second term in the office as a mayor, I think it's a nice example of how to approach such buildings. Of course, there's always the matter of financing, but for me, it's usually not in the first place. For me, it's rather the capacities. So it means how to approach the building, like specifically to respond to as I'm walking through Mariánské Lázně. It's a perfect place, and I can see there is a lot of potential also in this regeneration of what we can see here from the 19th and 20th centuries, and in what way it should be transformed into like 21st century functions. And there are several topics I would pick up here. For example, nowadays, when you working with empty or vacant spaces, I realize there's no chance for us to understand the trends and to perceive all everything that's around us. When I approach such spaces, I try to have as much freedom as possible, so that there are no barriers in the information and technical space, so that all the stakeholders can enter, that really bring life back to the space. So in using up the space globally, what I can see is we not the ones to come up with programs. We're not to come with programs for spaces, but we're the ones to open the door that secure that the space is open, because there are new generations. We've discussed that in the first panel, who have much more energy in certain aspects, much better ideas, and they can bring much more than we can. In many cases, also, like, we should be present with our experience in life, but these spaces really transform thanks to being open. That's the first step, really, to open up the spaces. So that's the role of opening up, offering, not defining the spaces. That's true. And now, Mr. Kucheravi, because I understand his initiative with the forest mill, or the Villa Lille, is an example of how a entrepreneur, the private sector enters the space, and how they attempt at bringing life back to a place that seems lost. Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm surprised, or 7 years, still a lot of time. I remember standing in front of this heap of gravel and like this ruin, and we told ourselves, well, we can't let this collapse completely. And I remember saying to my wife, well, no one really wants it, so what about us buying it? And she just she was shocked looking at me. But nowadays I can tell you about what we've done so far after taking that first dramatic leap. And because we have some experience with rescuing similar objects, that helped, but we didn't have money. We actually expected to have better access to loans, but surprisingly that was pretty difficult. But we basically had this jump start, and it's possible that someone who's not really wealthy but is a great fan and enthusiast can, with the help of friends, can rescue such objects. Well, actually, it's rather premises. We actually the second largest premises in Mariánské Lázně. But let me follow up on what my fellow speakers have said. It's really about opening up the doors, because we really managed to start with like gradual steps to restore, and at the same time offer some spaces for some transitory use, because we know the owners We the administrators or stewards of the space, and we opening up the space for other people, for other generations as well. And it's amazing because at that moment there are people among us who remember us from the very beginning, who approached us and said, yeah, we would like to try something out here, can we? Must say that 99%, but 100% of the events that were held there were thanks to these people who found the space themselves and came up with their own ideas of what to do there. And that's amazing. I can tell you that's the greatest experience and bonus of this whole crazy project, because we have a lot of fans, which is nice, but also we're happy to see that everyone who comes with their own idea and they implemented that. So sometimes it's an interesting mixture of all kinds of things, but it's really nice. Nowadays we're talking here at this like sophisticated level, but we started really like from the bottom. We tried this approach of transitory use and temporary use, and we realized it's possible. And now, if institutions come into play, and if they have the same problem and have better resources than we do, it will definitely be successful. So I totally agree, opening the door is the greatest idea. In the meantime, I've switched into this topic of initiation and restrictions, kind of yin and yang principles of this attitude. And we have this question here: how can transitory use help towards the kind of reviving the city and bringing life back into the city or into the city center? The next question: which of the temporary projects remains as a permanent value, which should stay only temporary, and what should be transferred further? And also whether we can have a totally new investor and new intention with an object. What's the role of the city in it, and also how this transitory use actually faces the limits of heritage protection rules. Well, obviously it's important to have heritage protection rules, but still we need to look for compromises, whereas maybe where are the limits of spatial planning or urban planning, and how these activities can be planned as for the participation or community planning, whether the initiator is the community or individual. Maybe Mr. Kuchera from the City Architecture Office knows. Then another question: how to support the collaboration between public and private sector in transitory interventions, and also get the citizens engaged. So to make it complete, because it's true that public administration is a representation of the citizens, but still they should be also present there. And then the last of the topics is how to motivate owners of the private unused buildings and lands or plots to greater activity. Let me start with the lady, Professor Pešková from the Czech Technical University. What is your point of view, and do you solve such issues with your students? Yeah, I feel like an extraterrestrial being here among these gentlemen, not only because of being a woman, but also because academia is a completely different world. What you face here are true, real problems. We are actually just enjoying the students and their youth, and their open minds, and the fact that we don't have to overcome obstacles because we are not limited by a budget. Well, we are in education, but when we work with students, we're not also limited by some rules, although we teach the students about heritage care, but we can try and shift these limits and boundaries and go further. And that's a great opportunity when a student, a young person full of energy and with a lot of visions, can, for the last time maybe in their life, try something unlimited or not limited. Not completely, but with a certain shift of the boundaries. And what can we offer to you, to this other world, is that student, by being young, and we still see them a little bit as children, that they're generally perceived and accepted better by the public rather than the professionals entering an architecture competition. And once it's an architecture competition, people start arguing, isn't it too big, and why is it made of glass, and so on. But if it's students who come up with ideas, it's better accepted. We usually have 15 to 20 students in a group, and they can come up as part of the educational cycle with ideas, whereas you can't have an architecture competition for 20 architecture studios. It is true that their minds are very free and you can't really bound them, and it's very beneficial to listen to them. And this group of student projects can work as a mediator, like a liaison officer between the stakeholders, and then you can test what the public would accept without facing some revolt or uprising in the city. Do you have an example, for example, for Mariánské Lázně, something you can assign your students with, like a public space with a stage and skate park? Yes, of course we can, if we get the data. We can certainly work on that with my students. We have a lot of examples. I must admit, when I was a student, we had a lot of studio work assignments, which was artificial, without like working real data, real plot data. So even worked on an interior of a spa hall, but again, it was not with particularly data and information. I think it's much better for students to have the frame of real context, and I think that it works really fine. So you can't get a project for students in BIM, and you can just send it to the authority and they can start building. But you can use it as like a pilot study or to test the opinion of the public or the opinion of the experts without really spending all the money on studies. Okay, I'll be the liaison officer here. Now these two Zuzannas, two ladies, can talk to the mayor, and maybe in 2 years' time we can have two theses, like master's theses here, or dissertations, and then they can be also published by the Czech Chamber of Architects. And this could really be an interesting topics. I feel sorry for Mr. Mayor. He's been outflanked here. There is no escape route left. Yeah, there's no way for you to escape. If I may, I like fights, also getting out of such difficult positions. open to everything. I think we cooperate actively with certain universities, such as the Czech Life Science University, working on the public space, and I think it's definitely an advantage to have the ideas and to set up the limits kind of close to infinity, and then try and boil it down to what we really can do, what is viable. As we've said here before, money is not always in the first place, but someone who is in charge of the budget, they are. So we actually spend 30 million Czech crowns a year on conservation of our property as a city, which is not little. And I can say here, and I don't want to be like showing off here, boasting, but I'd like to say that we had a study. We commissioned a study by a renowned expert, and nowadays we are at the best possible level of prosperity, and we kind of riding a wave of prosperity now in Mariánské Lázně. In the last 4 years, we have invested more than $500 million into investment in repairs and restorations. And this is obviously not from our own resources only, that's logical. And so we have a lot of projects ready. So the priority is for people to have the housing available, and we also want to create conditions for the private sector and for our citizens. Because I'll be leaving shortly. I can see here this generally binding ordinance in the city from the year 2024. There was kind of a pilot in the Czech Republic, but when there was the first government directive, that I don't think wasn't really lucky then to shift the responsibility to the cities and municipalities, but it showed as a good way forward. Not everyone knows that the government has changed the conditions a year later again, so we had to adapt to those changes again, and recently there have been changes again for the following year, but I believe this is a good way, and I can see many cities and municipalities approach us for advice, because they can just copy what we've done. I think there must be really a very close cooperation between private sector and the city authorities, working both with large companies and also with smaller enthusiasts. So it is true that both loans or the subsidy policies, which I'm personally not a fan of subsidizing, but let's make use of them now that they exist. We must cooperate on these, and if we get more universities involved and more young people, it will be great. An example from the Interspace project that we've had with the young people here, the youth parliament or student parliament wants to start working immediately. We're gonna meet in 1 month now, and we will be having regular meetings on a 2-month basis, and their opinions are really significant. They really matter to us. We shall be transferring our knowledge as for legislation, financing to them, which is something they don't know much about often. And then on one last note on the architecture competitions, a bit of a complaint. It is very complicated in politics. You have an election term of 4 years, okay? If you are lucky, you survive those 4 years in the office, and then there is a new mayor. So many projects that had been launched are stopped then by the new administration. We can see abroad the election term is rather 6 years, which gives you more space for some continuous development. So unfortunately, some of the projects can't be finished, completed. So you think you should start with what you mean to say is, if you start with an architecture competition which is prepared well, and then the implementation this doesn't happen within 4 years. I must say we really try to work a lot on the process of architecture competitions to improve it, but I think the biggest issue here is you must know what exactly you want. That's like no experts or no Chamber of Architects can help you with. Now, I'd like to thank Mr. Mayor for being with us. And now, Mr. Architect, what about the situation in Karlovy Vary? We can come back to Mariánské Lázně later, but what about the regional capital? Yeah, everything's fine in Karlovy Vary. This is a very broad question, and I don't wanna escape the question. Just stop me if I do. As you were talking about the spatial urban planning, let me start on that to kind of complete the puzzle, and so as not to repeat what's been said before. We, as the City Architecture Office, it's one of our main activities is the spatial planning of the city, which for many of us is like a really complex official mechanism. But we've somehow forgotten that behind these plans there's the city and the life of the city. And the whole process, as it is demanding and slow, not many people understand it completely. And so this doesn't really help in planning the city development. Now, one more topic that you've addressed, the spatial plan of the city of Karlovy Vary has a lot of development areas. That means we want to have a lot of opportunities for development, so that's why we have that many development areas. But at the same time, it's a way to destruction of the city because it's spreading without limits. But what we really need is to fill up some spaces, gaps between buildings, also to work with the vacant, abandoned buildings. And often is the case, and not only in Karlovy Vary, there's a mistake in spatial planning that people don't plan. They don't do the planning based on good data, because we really don't have the data on the city. How much potential there is, what's the prediction of the demographic development. So our office is currently working intensely on an analysis of this input data, so that we can have or change the current spatial plan with reducing these outward bound areas and really focusing on these reserves we have in the built-up areas. What about your point of view as a point of view of a really big company? So I understand you need to keep those buildings operating that you have, that you kind of get rid of was never supposed really to be part of your business. But what else could you do here in the city, even with the help of transitory use? What would you like to achieve? Well, we have tried, and there are a lot of people sitting in the room who were part of the project. So it's the colonnade of the Ferdinand Mineral Spring, and it became an alternative stage for Mariánské Lázně, and it was very popular. There was one problem then, that from the permanent part of the use actually never materialized. It was used for a long time, and the group that was using it so successfully for a long time and it has never been turned into the permanent use. So that group that stood behind it actually stopped being that active in that area, and they entered politics. But nowadays we negotiating with the city so that we can bring this area back to life again, because it's a perfect space for that. We probably can't find a better one. I'd also like to follow up on the kind of a brownfield of Arnika, because when you have 10,000 square meters in the middle of Prague or Bratislava, and it's a different thing if it's 10,000 square meters in Mariánské Lázně in the center of the town. It will be probably easy to find a developer and build it up again, but that's what we decided not to do. So we'd rather look for a way to find a different future for this space. So we had a successful architecture competition, and we also had an exhibition here at the Chopin House of weeks of student architects, and none of them designed like houses being built up here. They usually tried to design a smaller building that wouldn't take up all of the plot, and took pictures of many of those studies then. And I believe that Arnika is a perfect space that could serve the cultural, social purpose for the public. And then also can see the public spa that could be a PPP project, like the private public sector project of public bath. That's kind of a dream of mine. I'd also like. Okay, so Gábor on.
Mohl byste tak jako namodelovat, co?
Could you model for us, like explain what's a typical 365 days in spas? I focus on spa field, and with the director who has been the director for the last 20 years, and he started with working there 40 years ago. He knew everything about baths. They even have Turkish baths there, all sorts. And it's interesting how the approach to balneology also changes over time. We talked a lot about it, and we realized that doing spa industry and balneology, they are two different things, and there's the expectation from people is rather the mental health. Because people expect or these spaces become kind of churches of water, and they are seen as democratic, socializing places. In Budapest, there's 25,000 visitors every day in the spa, and they have the best and worst practice examples. I think it's important to diversify, to open the mentally Mariánské Lázně to make it more inclusive, because the town has the sacrality of the town is important, and I know that I can't compete with that with other functions. But if you understand the space, the site, I don't know the history of Mariánské Lázně well, but I think you have to make it as many things as possible available to people. We talked in Bratislava a lot about what is the empty space, the vacant space. That is actually the value that brings new challenges, but we have to define it. And sometimes we skip the definition phase and go straight to the architecture solution. But we have to define the emptiness, to define what is the opposite of that. What is the missing leg so we are balanced? So that's the spa town needs inclusive and exclusive semi-public function. It has to have both. It has to have the authenticity of the spa industry. In this great authentic moment, it has. Okay, we will sign the offer to Zuzana Stejskalová and to give honorarium for great ideas like this. If we go back to great ideas for Mariánské Lázně, I'm sorry to Karlovy Vary, but let's go back to Mariánské Lázně. What can we do with these vacant spaces? How can we use them? And we already have Lille here. Of course, every space is a challenge for everyone. It's a specific one for us, the architects, because we are looking for the face of the space. But without filling it with people, our work is nothing. We need to have the task. We need to fill it with people. It's not good when the architect tries to fill it in his head. I have an example of good practice in America, where we visited a university and they have their own rural studio, like a countryside house. They received it as a heritage from their a former employee, and it's in a location that doesn't work. It's in a former mining area. But it's area where nothing much is happening. And because the university got this house and had to take care of it, it started working really well. 200 kilometers from the university, they created a place where students go and live for 1 semester. And because the town is very derelict, they try to come up with community projects and realize them right in the town. So they built a marketplace, firefighting base, and it really works quickly. Whatever one student designs in 1 semester, it's realized by another one in the next semester. So it could be a good inspiration for us and our derelict places. And especially in towns which get smaller. So a small intervention by local universities works wonderfully with places like that. It really helps. So I think Villa Lille is definitely the step forward that all the others might envy you in the future. So an example how to use a building that a town inherited could use. Zuzana, tell us something about another example. Yes, if I may, I will come up on stage. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you who accepted my invitation. It's great to have such a diversified group from public administration to public sector. I'm very, very grateful for that. I have so many questions that we would be here until the evening, and I'd love to hear the discussion. But we can't do that. The title of the panel, Transitory Tendencies, brings my question. Can the temporarity of the use define maybe the function that it can have in the future? Can the temporary use define the function of the site for the future, for a permanent future? And I know that each of you, from your positions, you will have different points of view because you have different tasks in your work. But my question is, can we find or use the momentum between the temporary and permanent, or maybe the space between the unused and the permanent use, to get important data about the building, to find the ideal function for it? We have many spa buildings, mainly in private ownership in our town. There are many owners who don't use them in the long term. We have some tools to push them a bit to use the buildings, but I'm asking, can we imagine in the spa town who to address and how to address the community to be interested in temporary use of these sites and help us with defining the permanent function for the future? I came up with an idea for Mariánské Lázně. I think we miss the young generation to come here and to use the town, maybe in prevention, not for actual treatment, but as a prevention of things like, for example, fatigue, burnout, and various other psychological issues. We can offer them great places here, but they can't. The young people usually can't afford it because the prices are very high. So they choose a different destination for their stay in a different market, which is not influenced by visitors from abroad, for example. I would stop here, but but could you help me maybe in defining a question for everyone? Yes, I understand. So it's mainly a question for the local representatives. How to get the young generation not only with mental health problems, but young people. The problem is with staff as well, personnel, employees. Well, film festival there's already in Karlovy Vary. So what other activities can be used for transitory use? Also, where are the barriers? What's the problem? Why cannot we open these unused houses, buildings? We touched upon an idea of hostel accommodation for students in some of these buildings. So we are working on a business model in a specific site. That might be one of the options, how to get the young generation here. Also Ferdinandka.
Yeah, the risk now is the responsibility of the owner for the state, the physical state of the object, because if whatever happens there, an accident, then if there is an injury, it's the owner who is directly responsible for that. And I've experienced two situations already where there is someone from the crime police, the criminal police, and where there is the representative of the firefighters, and they say, yes, this is a criminal offense, and then you've been questioned and so on, and the whole criminal proceeding starts. So how much do I want, for example, as a representative of the city, how to take over the responsibility? Because if it's an alternative stage, it's obvious it's not just an afternoon tea entertainment, afternoon tea type. So this responsibility is really an issue that should be kind of treated. I'd like to ask Gabor Bindic, who I'm sure has experience with this. I'd like to add one thing. We always believe that the transitory use is just there's a group who comes and starts an activity there. But when I've seen globally such transitory uses, I think it means a lot of interaction that kind of pile up on a pile, and when this pile or the heap is kind of too big to hold together and some things start to fall off, then that makes the venue out of a physical space. This is when it becomes a venue. And I think there's very good practice examples. For example, I'm having one from Japan, where they've been doing it for 2,000 years, that they tear down some churches and build up new, like every 40 years it might be, so that people can build up their own church and kind of feel more the sense of ownership, of being part of something. Also that they learn how these traditional structures of wood are built. And so it's this relationship that's important. And I don't think, I believe that the good practice examples come from activities that are visible, using, for example, Instagram, and then we can see that something's happening. But there are a lot of possible uses, a lot of interaction moments. Like we have this space that's interesting. We did both in Budapest and in Bratislava, where we collected plants that people wanted to throw out. And so now in the old market hall there is a huge space full of plants where people come to see how their plants are thriving in that space. And so this doesn't have to be a happening, that the interaction can be rather this relationship interaction and any other form of interaction. And that's why people, that's why we always have this interactivity in the debates, because these are the examples. When people, sometimes you have to sell your product, but there are not that many true interactivities examples. Like now we have, for example, a project of a summer camp where they kind of go on a hike and come to a building that they take care of, and within the past years they have kind of restored several buildings, like wooden buildings. And I think sometimes we turn our attention too much to the west, but we have beautiful ideas, for example, in Tbilisi, in Georgia, that are also connected to the public baths and spas. Like they have such spa springs in Tbilisi, in the city center. And we should really try to zoom out and look for such out-of-the-box ideas. But then there is the owner, and he wants some returns. Yeah, but the interaction brings the return. 99% of the owners have managed to persuade that if they don't do this, then their profit, the future return, or whatever value of the area of the object will be lower. And we also have like documentation for that to convince these private sector representatives, and we have exact answers to that. It goes into like high figures, really high numbers, these answers that we provide, that it's really value-based, really strongly value-based. But in the end, you can see this in the long-term sustainability and how fit the town or city is, because it's standing on several legs, so that it doesn't lean to one side or fall. I guess I'll be able to complete this debate the day after tomorrow, because tomorrow we're having the biggest disco event that's ever been held in Mariánské Lázně. So if the building is still standing on Monday, I'll be able to tell you more if it survives this event. Now, we are in a different situation because we just have to revive the building, and we are taking the risk because we have no other choice. But it's a huge risk we're taking, because according to the current legislation, I'm responsible for everything, whatever happens. We have to take these risks, and we are aware of that. And this is a challenge for us, because now the space that's magnificent from the turn of the 19th, 20th century, so it's very popular for organizers of like techno parties, and we're really looking forward to that. I have just a small note here. I'd like to mention on the use of these objects. There's this kind of spirituality of these venues, because as we can really sense it in our little villa, it's not just bricks and staccatos, but it's the spirit of the house that comes back to life with the music, being it a piano prelude or a techno party, or whether there is a children's laughter, you can hear that. This few days ago we had there was this gathering of the young people. I wanted to say children, but actually it was the young people from the UNESCO spas. And it was so beautiful to see these children kind of in this once very elegant environment. And it gives it another dimension. I call it the sixth dimension of architecture. It's the fact that the life lives its own life. We obviously have spirits there living in our house, but then there's this own life of the house. Yeah, but back to that question, the responsibility and accountability of the owners is a big issue. I'm just thinking whether there might be another role for the city and for the city administration. Speaking of the restrictions, it's very inspiring for other municipalities what the Mariánské Lázně are doing now. It doesn't have to be the restriction only, but it might be also a positive motivation, a financial or some other way of incentives or some kind of better conditions like this property tax being lowered and so on. Yeah, we'll send an email to the mayor. Yeah, obviously it's about the money, as the mayor said. There is a lot of responsibility when you're in charge of the budget, but the finances are simply a tool to manage the city. Well, this tax policy should be changed in the direction they need more kind of profit or more income from the property tax. Sorry, I must say it now. How low the property tax is in the Czech Republic is immoral compared to the developed world. It's a really immorally low property tax. I wanted to respond to our debates with the private owners. 100 years ago, there were buildings constructed without toilets. There were toilets outside of the interior. And 100 years ago, the first developer installed the toilets, the bathroom inside, and afterwards all the developers followed. Nowadays you can't have a development without greenery, you can't have a development without certain values, because there is this competition and you wouldn't be able to sell if you don't adhere to these values. So once you bring this extra value, that's something like the toilet or bathroom in the interior in the 19th century. Remember 20 years ago when we were sitting together with Czech developers who would do anything to be able to tear down a Czech national heritage monument, like a building that's protected. And 20 years later, it's not topical anymore. Now they understand they can't afford to do that. I don't know whether they're more intelligent, we are more intelligent as a society or not, but we've understood that this is a standard, that we need to do these things right and gradually. And that's how to benefit from it. And I can understand it's also needed in the private sector. Yes, that also has to do with this kind of disrupted development for those 40 years of the socialist regime. But it's true that also west of our borders, people sometimes felt like tearing down protected buildings. But I must say, obviously, that's the heritage care is not limiting that much for the transitory use. Okay, speaking of financing, so how do you finance such this plan you have? Well, I'd like to add that this project arose mainly because the building has been abandoned for 20 years, and it's one of the few such objects. And because it has this heritage protection, I understand that it's part of my work as a site manager to try and rescue such objects. We were looking for, together with the financing, we were also looking for the content. And I'm not talking about the transitory or temporary use, but rather of the permanent one. So coming back to the temporary one, see an opportunity in offering the building to the local community, to give it back to the local community. We've managed to open it up for 3 years during the Days of Architecture, for example. We also celebrated the foundation of the state, like this Czech national holiday. Okay, so we had some way of lighting it up. So we want to say that this house is here, that it exists, and we are ready to bring it back to life. I don't have that many tools because I don't have many resources, but I have a lot of ideas. That's all I have. But I'm trying to raise the funds, and we want to point out the existence of this place. We have a website. We try to inform about it and remind people of its existence. And now I talk to citizens who tell me how they've saved something from the house, and they keep it at home. So I'm getting to know the house now. I'm trying to become familiar and to understand what its future function might be, and what I see as the most making the most sense, and that's now the smaller object, which is not under protection. It's not on the cultural heritage list, but it's got a great value as well, and it's inseparable from the larger building. But I think it would be the first step for us to work with this smaller operational facilities as a center for sustainable tourism, climate, and spa, because these are topics that are debated around this stewardship of this monument. And we believe that we still don't suffer from over-tourism. I've just come back from the European Congress of Site Managers, and have this term which is called carrying capacity, which is like the maximum capacity of what a place can absorb or take, and that can be calculated, and it doesn't have to do only with number of beds, but also number of parking spaces, of whether we can work with the tourists, whether we have sufficient infrastructure and public toilets. And I think now we've reached the maximum here, although we are not aware of that. But I'd like to educate not only the tourists, but also local people about what it means to maintain a place in a sustainable way, so that we can preserve it for future generations. What are you thinking about that tool that's called what? A foundation? Or we're still thinking about it. There are several options, and there are some examples of such institutions or foundations in the Czech Republic that take care of cultural heritage, and we're looking for the ideal tool or optimal tool and format that could help us save this object. I haven't mentioned you're coming to an end, but come and join us, Mr. Professor, Mrs. Professor. At the moment, there's kind of a passport going on of the building, collecting data on the building, and we've entered a project together with Living Lab in cooperation with the Czech University of Life Sciences, and we want to get funding, like a subsidy from the European Union. So it would be kind of follow-up of the Smart Landscape project, and we could design a space for education in connection with the nature heritage there is within the Slavkov forest area, and also offer a showroom for education, inclusive attitude and restoration or revival of crafts and trades. So that there would be a connection with some economy, and so that there would be services or products, so that it would be also a connection to the private sector. Thank you. And now that's brought us to the very end of our panel, and this half-a-day program. Thank you all, and I don't think there's time for some big summaries, but I think we've tackled a few issues and some interesting approaches or attitudes that we're offering to Mariánské Lázně, and it's definitely a topic that deserves continuation. And we also once had a meeting with the Ministry of Regional Development, so I hope this issue won't be forgotten and omitted, and I believe that this topic is relevant for a few sites in Prague as well, with transitory use. So I think it's an issue that's needed for both for small and larger cities, because we all running out of space. So it might even help some to achieve some official government policy. So far, unfortunately, it's not in the policy on architecture and building, but I hope as there are more and more examples arising, I hope it will be integrated in the next state policy on architecture and building culture, so that transitory use can be kind of become part of the legislation. So thank you all for the attention. There's a last chance for you to say something. Just briefly, I certainly recommend visiting the spa colonnade. There's been a lot of work done in the last 5 years in collaboration with the private sector. So about 30 million crowns, as I tried to calculate it quickly here now, has been invested. We have 75% of a new pavement, about 1,300 square meters, which most has been laid already, and on the first floor, where there used to be a market hall, which I don't think belongs to this location. So today a new art gallery is being opened, which is a much better use of the space. A new shop is being opened, so certainly the colonnade, that's an example of good practice. Thank you. And Mr. Kučeravý. Let me just invite you to the forest mill, Lesní mlýn. Thank you.